If we can't. Is Ann here? I guess it will go on whichever. The meeting will come to order. Ladies and gentlemen, we are at a very historic moment for our nation. Who would have thought of it, even as soon as just a few years ago, that we would have this golden opportunity to be able to provide electricity that would motor our vehicles. But it is bringing on some very serious questions, some very serious issues, so that we know what it will take to make sure that our people in this country are well aware and will be able to take advantage and enjoy this movement, this great movement that we are making to transition from petroleum for our vehicles to electricity. And I want to welcome everyone to this hearing, and especially our witnesses, because we are looking to you to tell us what this means. What does it mean for jobs? What is the impact that this will have in rural America if we do not move and make sure that those in rural America can enjoy and be productive from this move we're making? I'm sure that none of us want to deal with this move as we have with getting broadband internet into our rural communities. The whole issue is, it's not just that. If we go back to electricity, it took almost forever for it to get to rural America, which harvests our food and the necessities of our life, our clothing from textile and cotton, from our forestry for lumber and our shelter. When we deal with agriculture, when we deal with rural America, we're dealing with the heart and the soul of our great nation. And so I'm so delighted to have all of you here for us to move in this direction. I want to also, before I get to that, I want to go over some basic housekeeping here. Let me just make sure that everyone understands how we will be proceeding. After brief opening remarks, members will receive testimony from our witnesses today, and then the hearing will be open for questions. Members will be recognized in order of seniority, alternating between majority and minority members, and in order of arrival for those members who have joined us after the hearing was called to order. And when you are recognized, you will be asked to unmute your microphone, and each of you will have 5 minutes to ask your questions. and make your comments. And also, members, please, if you are not speaking, and I ask that you just remain muted in order to minimize background noise. And in order to get to as many questions as possible, the timer will stay consistently visible on your screen. And now, before we begin, I want to welcome one of our newest members. Our newest members who has just come to be with us just a few weeks ago. And so we want to welcome Miss Chantel Brown from Ohio, our newest member. Welcome, Chantel. It's great having you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Now, I want to turn to my own opening statement for a moment. As I mentioned, Laura, this is historic. And I am so, first of all, grateful to our staff for pulling together this hearing and working it under the direction of Miss Ann Simmons. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure she won't mind, but I call her my Ethan Hunt. And for those of you who may not know who Ethan Hunt is, he's the character that is played by Tom Cruise in Mission Impossible. But the thing here is, this Agriculture Committee staff I have now called are Mission Possible. We are witnessing a point of major research and investment and adoption of electric vehicles across the country and the world, driven in large part in an effort to mitigate the impacts of climate change. And as with so many other of our technological advancements, like, as I mentioned a little earlier, electrification, broadband, telephone service, and even plumbing, I want to see that we make sure that our rural America is not left behind, as they were left behind in movements to electricity, to plumbing, to all of the other areas. This is our duty. I want to make sure that we can ensure the needs also of farming and agriculture. These are our vital producers of food, of our fiber, of so many other areas that we are working on. We need to know what impact this will have on the movement we have made to biofuels and other areas that our Agriculture Committee is working on. And as I mentioned about rural America, I want to just share with you an article from the Atlanta Journal-Constitution that really provides the essence of why we are here. It says here that Georgia has 1,500 EV charging stations, 7th out of 50 states and the District of Columbia. Metro Atlanta has 1,110 of them, the third highest among U.S. metro areas, according to real estate data provider Yardi Matrix. But this is the major point. Outside of Atlanta, the article says, good luck. In rural America, good luck. On I-16 between Macon and Savannah, which is a 170-mile stretch of urban America, drivers passed only 4 charging stations just off the interstate, according to the website Plug Share. This is why we're here, to make sure that we know what we're getting into. And as anyone who lives in a rural community knows, our gas stations, our convenience stores are oftentimes the pillars of these communities. Many of them don't have the kinds of businesses and providers that we have in the urban areas. So we need to know, what is the impact of these businesses? What will this impact be? And I'm also hoping to hear about some of the positive developments that could come from a more widespread adoption of electric vehicles all across rural America. And with so many input costs fluctuating our farmers, could electric vehicles also provide one additional stable cost on their balance sheet? And beyond that, how will this electrification of vehicles translate to tractors, to other farm elements, to the huge trucking operations that are vital in our food supply? We hope to find answers to this today. There's so many issues that will impact agriculture and our rural communities, and I want to ensure that this committee has a seat at the table and that the voice of America's farmers, America's ranchers, America's foresters, and above all else, our rural residents who go to school, who make life livable in our rural areas, are considered. And so with that, I'd now like to welcome our distinguished ranking member, the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, for any opening remarks he would like to make. Thank you, Mr. Thompson.
Well, thank you, Chairman. That is the, I just did it now. Thank you. Well, I just say I'm pleased to be with you today and being here in the middle of the week during 8 days when we celebrate the largest indoor agriculture exposition, 24 acres under roof of the Pennsylvania Farm Show, the 106th annual show. It's going to go through this coming Saturday. And I appreciate this hearing. Mr. Chairman, electric vehicles are impressive feats of technology and engineering, and the substantial industry investment in EVs is a testament to the hope that they can meet the varied needs of drivers across America, including in rural communities. In recent years, the electrification of our transportation systems and the elimination of liquid fuels has been advertised as a critical component of the global fight to reduce carbon dioxide emissions. I'm not sure that's completely proven yet, but maybe this hearing will help us with that. Last Congress, the Democratic members of the Select Committee on the Climate Crisis called for eliminating internal combustion engines by 2035. And that's despite the fact we've been using these and our CO2 emissions have been steadily reducing as a result of a lot of what we do in agriculture, actually. Then this past August, President Biden pledged half of all new cars will be electric by 2030. I don't think he should be making those decisions for consumers, quite frankly. I'm skeptical such top-down planning from Washington will meet the needs of rural residents. Congress should not be picking winners and losers. Drivers in the marketplace must decide what technology meets their transportation needs, especially rural residents for whom vehicles and private transportation are an essential service. And quite frankly, the utilization can be much different from what we see in densely populated urban areas. The ability to choose ensures vehicles remain a productive tool and not a technological burden to work around. Now, while I'm encouraged by the substantial investments being made by private industry in EVs, I do have a few honest concerns associated with this government-first drive to electrify the transportation system. And chief among those are, number one, who will finance the huge investments in electric generation and transmission capacity so that we don't wind up with brownouts and blackouts with a significant increase in demand when charging, new retail distribution points, and all the associated equipment. Who's going to finance that? Will electric vehicles be able to meet the needs of all drivers as efficiently as a conventional vehicle without demanding unacceptable trade-offs in cost, range, capacity, or time of service, particularly for rural residents? I would throw in these wonderful cold temperatures we're experiencing right now would be a factor. What will the impact of a transition to EVs be on the liquid transportation fuel industry, particularly for the agriculture producers and the oil producers, two industries which have often and form the very foundation of regional rural economies? And number four, will expanding electric vehicle manufacturing increase our dependence on unfriendly, unstable, and underregulated foreign nations for the raw materials necessary to build EV batteries? Now, I think those are fair questions, and perhaps we can find some solutions to those, or we'll get some answers to them, and then maybe some solutions. Now, these potential costs associated with answering these questions must be balanced against the purpose of the policy, which is reducing global CO2 emissions. That should be the driving force. If at the end of the day, an accurate accounting of the total emissions associated with transitioning to electric vehicles fails to make a significant dent in global carbon dioxide emissions, then Congress must ask the difficult question of whether a national policy of promoting or imposing EVs is worth it. If not, what other policies could meet our goals of lowering, continuing to lower, because America has done better than I think the nine countries that follow us in terms of reducing CO2 emissions. What can we do to further our success at a lower cost and with more flexibility for consumers? Now, this question is especially pressing for rural communities like those I represent in Pennsylvania 15th Congressional District, which stands to bear the brunt of the costs of building new infrastructure and eliminating liquid transportation fuels. I'm not sure President Biden's administration recognizes that liquid fuels money are, you talk with any township, they're critical to maintaining, doing the road maintenance in rural roads. Are the global emission reductions worth the potential disruptions to rural communities, implications for our national security, and costs for our infrastructure? Now, as we consider the impact of electric vehicles in rural America, we should ensure policies are in place which meet the needs of drivers and integrates these vehicles into the transportation system as seamlessly as possible without exacerbating our public policy problems. Now, I'm really appreciative to all the witnesses that agreed to testify before us today. I want to thank each and every one of them for their time today, their expertise, and their willingness to share their perspectives. And I look forward to hearing as each of you testify. As I close, Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you again for holding this hearing. I appreciate your convening a panel of experts who can help us sort through our many questions. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Ranking Member. And the chair would request that other members submit your opening statements for the record so witnesses may begin their testimony and to ensure that there is ample time for questions. And now I want to introduce our very distinguished witnesses. And our first witness is the Honorable David Strickland. Mr. Strickland is the Vice President of Global Regulatory Affairs for General Motors. Our next witness is Mr. Lincoln Wood, the Electrification Policy Manager of our Southern Company, headquartered in Atlanta, Georgia. Our third witness today is Mr. Matthew Lothridge, the owner and managing director of the Terry Reed Enterprises, on behalf of the National Automobile Dealers Association of Cartersville, Georgia. Our fourth witness today is Mr. Trevor Walter, the Vice President of Petroleum Supply Management for Shadis, Inc. I am and also on behalf of the National Association of Convenience Stores of Altoona, Pennsylvania. Our fifth witness is Mr. Jeff Cooper, the President and Chief Executive Officer of the Renewable Fuels Association from Ellisville, Missouri. And our sixth witness today is Mr. Josh Nasser, who is the Legislative Director for the International Union of the United Automobile, Aerospace, and Agriculture Implementation Workers of America, the UAW, here in Washington, D.C. And our seventh and final witness today is Mr. Mark Mills, who is Senior Fellow at the Manhattan Institute from Chevy Chase, Maryland. Thank you all for coming, and you represent the important industries. You all are the ones that will make this happen, and we thank you for it. I am so pleased to have such a distinguished panel before us today. Each of you will have 5 minutes. The timer should be visible to you in your screen, and you will count down to 0, at which point your time has expired. Mr. Strickland, please begin when you're ready. Mr. Strickland,
there we go.
you may. Oh,
yep,
good.
I fell prey to the mute button once again, just like the ranking member. Good morning. My name is David Strickland, and I'm General Motors Vice President of Global Regulatory Affairs. I'd like to thank Chairman Scott, Ranking Member Thompson, and the other members of the committee for inviting me to tell you more about General Motors' commitment to an all-electric, zero-emissions future and the opportunities of electric vehicle investments for rural America. At General Motors, our vision for the future is a world with zero crashes, zero emissions, and zero congestion. Building an inclusive all-electric future is the right thing to do for the world, U.S. competitiveness, and our company, which includes more than 85,000 U.S. employees across the country. We're committed to bringing everybody in on this future, and we're working hard to ensure we leave no community behind. While we can't achieve this alone, GM is committed to doing our part. We are on track to invest $35 billion in electric and autonomous vehicles by 2025, and planning to launch more than 20 electric vehicles in North America over that same timeframe, including options at every price point and for every lifestyle. We are increasing range and decreasing costs of EVs to make them more affordable and accessible. In addition to our manufacturing incentives, we are investing $25 million in our Climate Equity Fund, which is dedicated to closing equity gaps in the transition to electric vehicles and other sustainable technologies. We just revealed the Chevrolet Silverado EV, which is the vehicle in my background. This new electric pickup will integrate the capability Silverado customers have come to expect in terms of strength, durability, and performance. Silverado EV will offer a GM estimated range of 400 miles on a full charge, which is a round trip from Atlanta to Albany. And with 664 horsepower, our customers in rural America will find it satisfies all their needs, both on and off the farm. With GM's EV portfolio today and those that are just on the horizon, which includes a range of vehicles from pickups, SUVs, and commercial vehicles, we believe that no other automaker matches the depth and range of our portfolio. To support this growing portfolio, we are converting large portions of our manufacturing footprint for EV production. GM is committed to bringing our workforce and our dealers with us on this journey, as well as to continue to create good-paying U.S. jobs. By 2025, our North American EV assembly capacity will reach 20% and climb to 50% by 2030. We have announced nearly 9,000 jobs and more than $9 billion in new electric vehicle or battery cell manufacturing facilities in Michigan, Ohio, and Tennessee, and there is more to come. Furthermore, we are working to secure the raw material supply chain needed to build and grow at the scale required. Another critical aspect of preparing communities for an all-electric future is ensuring access to charging. Today, charging deserts still exist in many rural and underserved areas. GM will invest nearly $750 million to expand home, workplace, and public charging. We're developing a community charging program with our more than 4,000 dealers to expand access by installing up to 40,000 level 2 destination chargers at key locations throughout their communities, including rural communities. This is significant because nearly 90% of the US population lives within 10 miles of a GM dealership. These charging stations will be interoperable, available to all EV customers, not just those who purchase a GM EV. GM is leading integration with major EV charging networks to simplify the charging experience. Customers could use their app to see real-time information from over 100,000 charging spots throughout the US and Canada. To get to an all-electric future, we must ensure customers can get from farm to city, from coast to coast. Governments across the globe have recognized the competitive advantages to be gained by leading EV and battery technology. If the US is to remain a global leader in automotive technology, several key policy elements are needed to help augment private sector efforts in leading in electrification. They include investing in infrastructure that includes fast charging stations along highway corridors. The IIJA investments are an important first step, and we welcome the opportunity to work with the community to leverage existing USDA programs to further that effort. Investment tax credits to incentivize companies to establish battery and EV manufacturing capacity in the US and to help build the US supply chain. And also consumer incentives, which include a modification to the EV tax credit for new and used vehicles, which has proven to be an effective accelerator for adoption. As we implement our strategy, we have the opportunity to create a better future for generations to come. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify, and I look forward to answering your questions. For just a small moment of personal privilege, I see that Representative Rush is on the call, is on the hearing, and when I was first nominated and confirmed to be NHTSA administrator, Mr. Rush called me to his office and gave me, frankly, some of the best advice that any new federal executive can have, and the comments he showed me I will never forget. Mr. Rush, please enjoy getting home to your grandbabies, and thank you so much for all that you've done for me and for the country.
Thank you so much. I agree with you. Bobby Rush is legendary in terms of his leadership and representing the fine folks in Chicago. Mr. Wood, please begin when you're ready.
Chairman Scott, Ranking Member Thompson, members of the committee, thank you for having me here today to testify. I am Lincoln Wood, Electrification Policy Manager for Southern Company. Southern Company, as you may know, is an Atlanta-based energy company. We serve 9 million customers through our electric and gas subsidiaries across the country. So this is an important hearing on an important topic that already has been discussed today. There's lots of opportunity. In our understanding, electric vehicles are cheaper to operate, fuel, and maintain. And it represents an opportunity to decarbonize the transportation sector, which aligns well with Southern's net zero carbon goals by 2050. But first, I want to offer a bit of thanks to Congress for passing the Bipartisan Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. The $7.5 billion of EV infrastructure funding that's allotted is a welcome development for EV drivers nationwide. Paired with regulated utility programs and private market investment, that will dramatically expand the availability of EV charging. Thank you. To tell you a bit about Southern Company and our efforts, we have a long history in electric transportation, and supporting the industry, and our involvement continues to grow. For over 50 years, our research and development organization has been at the forefront of researching electric transportation technologies both on-road and off-road. We are a founding member of Energy Impact Partners, which is a clean tech venture capital fund, which counts EV charging among its product portfolio. But our activities really can be broken down into 6 kind of big buckets. The first being rolling out public EV charging infrastructure, of course, but then paired with that, rates that incent EV charging, including mitigating the demand charge component where needed. The third piece of it would be fleet electrification. So if you have large customers that have, fleet delivery vehicles or whatnot that can be converted to electric and they're interested in that, we have partners through a turnkey process. We can help with that. We have a long history of industry involvement, with Southern being a founding member of 2 electric transportation industry organizations since 2017. Workforce development and preparing the workforce of the future is a key area of focus for us. We are working with the University of Georgia, University of Alabama, Mississippi State on e-mobility curriculum development. And with that goes, of course, economic development for our cities, for our communities, for the states in which we serve. And a battery plant, EV manufacturer, and a battery recycling plant announcements coming out of Georgia all in the past year are just 3 examples of the growth in the industry. And a special note for this committee, Southern Company is helping the administration with their electrification goals we are piloting the first ET turnkey service at Marine Corps Logistics Base, Albany, and we hope that process will be I guess a template for us internally, but also one we can share with regulated utilities nationwide. So as I came here today, I wanted to offer a few thoughts around where Congress could be helpful going forward. The first being in agriculture. Chairman Scott, to your point, there is a need to understand the implications of agriculture electrification. There could be a research program created, and doing that, it needs to be a multi-stakeholder process, so to have the manufacturer of the equipment, the utilities, of course, to understand the implications of charging, but also the farmers and involvement in that case, so that they do not bear the full cost of the new equipment all by themselves. With that, we have a joint DOT-DOE Office of Transportation Electrification, so that would qualify. Agriculture still qualifies as moving people and moving goods with electricity. So whatever learnings we have there, we should be able to make sure those learnings are allocated to that DOE-DOT office. And Chairman Scott, I have to mention, I have contacts at UGA with our e-mobility curriculum. I know UGA has a College of Agriculture, and I certainly can't speak for the school, but I think should it please the committee, there are avenues we can explore on how we could get there and what actually might be needed. And the last piece I would leave you with would just be in terms of battery recycling. That's still an issue for the industry that we are working toward. But obviously, if there are research budgets that come up that we want to fund research programs, that's a place we need to focus. And a bit of personal privilege, just so you know, I'm Atlanta-based. You may can hear it in the accent. I actually drove to DC this week in an electric vehicle through rural North Carolina and Virginia, so 660 miles of gasoline-free driving. Happy to be here, happy to answer your questions. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Loftridge, please start when you're ready. You may need to unmute, Mr.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Thompson, members of the committee, my name is Matt Loffridge, and I'm a Hyundai Genesis dealer in Cartersville, Georgia. I'm honored to appear here today representing the National Automobile Dealers Association, or NADA, a national trade association with more than 16,000 franchise, new car, and truck dealers. Most NADA members are small businesses, and franchise dealers employ more than 1 million Americans. Mr. Chairman, the transition from internal combustion engines to electric is well underway. Dealers right now are making substantial investments to sell and service the dozens of new electric vehicles, or EVs, which automakers already or will soon be manufacturing. NADA estimates that dealers nationally will spend between $2 to $3 billion installing electric chargers, purchasing special equipment, and investing in training and sales and service personnel. Franchise dealers are not only all in on selling and servicing EVs, dealers are essential to the speedy adoption. With EVs currently comprising 2.9% of sales, dealers will be critical in transitioning from internal combustion vehicles to EVs. As with any unfamiliar technology, consumers will need to be educated on owning and operating EVs. Consumers will need reliable nationwide network of qualified service technicians to service their EV or perform safety recalls. Consumers will also want a place where they can kick the tires, test drive a new EV, trade in their old vehicle, and obtain affordable financing, preferably all under one roof. The dealer network is perfectly positioned to assist consumers with the transition to electric vehicles, as franchise dealers already perform all these necessary services. The franchise dealer model benefits rural America. In some communities, the franchise dealership is one of the largest private employers. Many franchise dealerships are family-owned and operated and have served their local community for decades, just like mine. State vehicle franchise laws also be a key ensuring price competition and market success for EVs. As members may be aware, states traditionally license and regulate the distribution, sale, and service of vehicles within their state, including EVs. These laws are based on the state's interest to protect consumers, preserve price competition, support local jobs, and provide local tax revenue. These laws also regulate the economic relationship between dealers, automakers, which ensures small dealers in rural areas are treated fairly. We urge Congress to preserve the state's traditional role to regulate vehicle commerce by rejecting any attempt to preempt state dealer franchise law. Mr. Chairman, America's franchise dealer will help usher in the next chapter of American automotive history by doing what dealers do best, providing our customers with reliable and affordable private transportation. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Walter, you may begin.
Chairman Scott, Ranking Member Thompson, and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Trevor Walter, and I'm the Vice President of Petroleum Supply Management at Sheetz. I am testifying today on behalf of the National Association of Convenience Stores. The companies that currently provide transportation energy to motorists are well positioned to play an important role in decarbonizing the transportation sector through the sale of cleaner liquid fuels and alternative technologies such as electricity. We want to partner with Congress to help achieve environmental goals in a market-oriented and consumer-friendly manner. We know that one of the challenges to the development of the electric vehicle market is consumer perceptions on the availability of chargers, often referred to as range anxiety. These perceptions often do not match reality. By far, the best way to address this problem is for more chargers to be deployed. Our industry's locations are purposely visible. People already have established patterns using them, and we typically show the prices of fuels we offer on large signs that motorists can see as they are driving. When drivers are able to readily see that they can get electricity the same way and in the same places they refuel now, range anxiety will no longer be an impediment to the purchase of the vehicles. The importance of our industry to tackling this problem is particularly relevant to rural America. 86% of Americans living in rural America live within 10 minutes of a convenience store. This shows the remarkable reach of our industry. This reach is even more true in urban areas, as 93% of Americans overall live within 10 minutes of a C-store. For our industry to play an important role and for charging to be good for consumers, the sale of electricity must be reformed such that a functioning retail market for selling electricity to vehicle drivers emerges. We have several impediments to that today. First, utilities hit commercial users of electricity, such as convenience and fuel retailers, with punitive demand charges. Given the large electricity demands associated with fast chargers, these demand charges overwhelm the cost of electricity and make it impossible for retailers to sell electricity and make a profit. Second, many utilities have had the rates they charge adjusted so that residential and business customers pay higher rates in order to underwrite the construction and operation of EV chargers. This too creates an unlevel playing field and prevents a competitive market from emerging because other businesses that deploy chargers must try to recover construction and operating costs from vehicle drivers themselves. Third, a handful of states still prohibit businesses from selling electricity to vehicle drivers. They only allow regulated utilities to do that. This makes businesses with chargers engage in awkward practices such as renting the chargers based on time spent on a charger rather than selling electricity. This makes for confusing experiences and stunts the growth of the market. These barriers must be addressed. We should also take advantage of healthy competition among technologies to reduce carbon. One of those technologies is the renewable fuels that are part of our system of powering vehicles today. Those renewables are responsible for some of the largest gains we have made in decarbonizing the transportation sector. Unfortunately, some policymakers want to pick technology winners and losers rather than allowing competing options to deliver the best environmental results they can. The risk is that we may pick wrong and miss some benefits. There's also a risk that too much of one technology will be more than the system can bear. Specifically, those who would ban internal combustion engines are making a grave mistake. Such a ban would end investment in those technologies and the technologies that fuel them. A ban would set renewable fuels on a path to elimination and would cause economic hardship for the farmers who produce and sell the feedstocks for those fuels. Those farmers have relied on the long-term policy decisions that Congress has made to gear their operations towards production of these feedstocks and renewables. To pull the rug out from under them now would betray their trust. The problem for us to focus on is on carbon emissions, not the internal combustion engine. That is why technology neutral performance goals that honestly take into account the life cycle of carbon emissions in the supply chain, including the carbon emissions from electricity generation, must be part of the foundation for sound policy. And that is why this committee has such an important role to play in this debate. This committee has a recognition of the role played by agriculture in transportation fueling and decarbonization that must be part of policy in this area. We look forward to working with the committee to deal with these questions and come up with policies that most effectively support reducing carbon emissions and delivering a market that brings reliable, sustainable, and cost-effective energy to American consumers.
Thank you very much, Mr. Walter. Mr. Cooper, please begin when you're ready.
Well, thank you, and good morning, Chairman Scott, Ranking Member Thompson, and members of the committee. My name is Jeff Cooper, and I am President and CEO of the Renewable Fuels Association. We are the leading trade association for America's ethanol industry. Thank you for convening this timely and important hearing today, and I appreciate the opportunity to share our industry's unique perspective. The emergence of electric vehicles and the push to decarbonize transportation could have important implications for farm country, and we commend the committee for thinking carefully about those issues. As you know, the massive increase in public and private investment in electric vehicles is being driven by the need to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and achieve economy-wide carbon neutrality by 2050. Transportation is the leading source of greenhouse gas emissions in the U.S., accounting for nearly 1/3 of our nation's total emissions. Thus, any strategy to achieve net zero emissions by mid-century must include measures that rapidly decarbonize the transportation sector. We agree that electric vehicles will be an important part of that strategy, but given the time needed to transition the light-duty vehicle fleet, continued reliance on fossil fuels for electricity generation, the difficulty of electrifying medium and heavy-duty vehicles, and other barriers, electric vehicles alone will not get our transportation sector to net zero emissions by 2050. Today, there are more than 267 million light-duty vehicles in the U.S. Just 2.3 million of those vehicles, that's less than 1%, are battery electric or plug-in hybrid EVs. The other 99% run on liquid fuels. And the Energy Information Administration projects that 4 out of 5 new vehicles sold in 2050 will still be internal combustion engines requiring liquid fuels. So even with increased electric vehicle sales in the years ahead, it would take decades to turn over the fleet. And that means hundreds of billions of gallons of liquid fuels will continue to be burned for years, for decades to come. So given these realities, other complementary solutions clearly will be needed to decarbonize transportation by mid-century. And that's where agriculture comes in. Through increased production and use of renewable fuels like ethanol, the agriculture sector offers an effective and immediate solution for decarbonizing all segments of the transportation sector. Today's corn ethanol already cuts greenhouse gas emissions by approximately 50% compared to gasoline, according to the Department of Energy, Harvard University, and others. With increased adoption of low-carbon farming practices, carbon capture, sequestration and storage, and other technologies, we are well on our way to producing zero-carbon corn ethanol. In fact, the members of my organization are so confident about this that they adopted a resolution last July pledging to achieve a net zero carbon footprint for corn ethanol by 2050 or sooner. But for this vision to become a reality, we need fairness and consistency in how the carbon footprint of different fuels and vehicles is measured. For ethanol's carbon footprint, regulators count the emissions associated with every step in the supply chain, from planting the seed all the way to delivering the fuel to the consumer at retail. For the carbon footprint of electric vehicles, however, the upstream emissions associated with electricity generation and battery manufacturing are often overlooked, giving the false impression that electric vehicles are zero-emission vehicles. These overlooked emissions can be quite significant. In fact, analysis we have conducted shows that a Ford F-150 flex-fuel vehicle, which happens to be what I drive, running on an 85% ethanol blend, will generate far fewer greenhouse gas emissions over its lifetime than a new Ford F-150 Lightning electric vehicle running on fossil-generated electricity. We believe any future decarbonization policy should take a technology-neutral, performance-based approach that focuses strictly on greenhouse gas emissions reduction and increasing fuel efficiency without dictating the use of specific fuels and vehicles to achieve those reductions. That's why we support the concept of a national low-carbon fuel standard. We also support the Next Generation Fuels Act that was introduced by Congresswoman Bustos, which establishes carbon performance and minimum octane standards for liquid fuels, again, without dictating what fuels would be used. In closing, we believe electric vehicles will play a key role in reducing emissions over the long term. But if we are serious about achieving a carbon-neutral transportation sector by 2050, we must take a comprehensive approach that also capitalizes on the ability of agriculture to deliver low and zero-carbon renewable fuels. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much. And now, Mr. Nassar, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Scott, and I want to thank you and Ranking Member Thompson, members of the committee, for the chance to testify today on behalf of UAW's 1 million members and retirees and our Executive Board and President, Ray Curry. Just first of all, I want to say that, our membership and retirees, their livelihoods depend on having a healthy auto industry. And the reality is that there is a global transformation going to electric vehicles, and we have countries like China that have and the European Union that have already made massive public investments to establish their industries, and frankly, they're beating us. So we do really, but as been said by other witnesses, it is going to take time. So I think it really is important that we do look to biofuels and other things to also reduce carbon emissions, and we also support Next Generation Fuels Act very strongly. But there's other things that I encourage everyone to keep in mind too. One is that the agricultural implement industry is also moving forward with electrification and autonomous vehicles. John Deere just made a recent announcement about an autonomous tractor that's going to be online pretty soon. So the electrification is going to impact manufacturing kind of across the board. And I think that's something that we need to take into account. In fact, we have over 15,000 members who work in the agricultural implement industry. Now back to electric vehicles. It's in order to have so the bottom line for us is that companies our members work for, an industry as large, has made huge investments. And those investments, if they fail, will be bad for our economy, will be bad for our members and for working families across the board. So we need this transition to work. And part of that's going to be we need a strong domestic market. We're not going to export our way into having a strong EV market. We need people in the U.S. buying them, and that's only going to happen, if we have a strong, infrastructure. The infrastructure law is a start in that direction. We also need, strong policies to help the transition when it comes to retooling and things like that. I should add some of that is in the infrastructure law, some of it's in the Build Back Better. We also need strong consumer incentives. And, we commend, Representative Kildee and frankly, the House of Representatives for including provisions which would add extra incentives for vehicles built by union workers. And we think that's really important because the reality is that auto manufacturing jobs really helped establish, manufacturing jobs as middle-class jobs some time ago. But that's really changing. It's really going in the wrong direction. Adjusted for inflation, real wages are roughly 20%, have dropped roughly 20% over the past 15 years for auto workers and auto parts. So, a lot of the jobs are not what they used to be. And a big way to change that is to have allow workers a free choice to join unions. It's true that, unionized workers, comparative fields have a 10%, usually 10% higher wages. So, I mean, there are real serious economic impacts for the workers for joining a union. And, one thing that we've seen is that a lot of foreign-based automakers who are unionized pretty much everywhere around the world, when they come to the U.S., they end up being, quite opposed to unionization. So, we need to do a few things in our view. One is, we need to pass Next Generation Fuels Act. We think that's going to be helpful. We also need to move forward on these three prongs in order for the EV transition to work. Our view is that the transition is, and that's what all analysts say too, is that it's coming whether we like it or not. So it's better to be in the race and to have a strong auto industry that making EVs than not. And the only way that's going to happen is if there's with public policy as well as the private investments. So very much looking forward to answering questions and really appreciate the opportunity. Thanks again.
Thank you very much. And now, Mr. Mills, you're recognized. You may need, go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon. And thank you for the opportunity to testify. As you probably know, my work focuses on technology forecasting, so I'd be remiss in not starting out by noting that I've just published a new book about America's broad-based and exciting technology and economic future with a subtitle, The Roaring 2020s. So you might imagine I'm pretty optimistic about America's future. But onto the subject today. As the committee knows, so far, despite rapid growth in EV sales, batteries power only about 0.6% of the vehicles on America's roads, and it's at least 10 times lower than that in rural areas. So the issue is whether the rural-urban asymmetry is amenable to policies that would incentivize greater rural EV use, and of course, at what cost. Also relevant is whether or not greater EV use in rural America would significantly impact global carbon dioxide emissions. So let me focus on summarizing three key realities. First, as great as new EVs are, they still can't meet the overall practical performance requirements, especially in rural areas. The conventional wisdom is that consumers' reluctance to embrace EVs in general, and especially for rural use, arises primarily from the so-called range anxiety and, of course, cost. The former, it's argued, can be solved with more charging stations. The latter, we're told, can be fixed with subsidies that would soon become unnecessary because of expectations of an inevitable decline in costs for batteries. But the facts suggest otherwise. Most EVs today offer range comparable to a conventional car, including the newly announced GM offering and Ford's Lightning. Both have 400-mile range batteries. The practical problem is the time it takes to refuel a battery. Instead of 5 minutes to fill up a pickup truck's tank, a standard level 2 charger takes about 10 hours. The so-called supercharger can drop that to 40 minutes, but that's obviously still nearly 10 times longer than normal. So providing the same consumer experience means installing at least tenfold more electric pumps, superchargers, than exist as gas pumps. And the former superchargers cost about twice as much as a gasoline pump. So that 20-fold higher infrastructure cost per consumer served, it's only part of the story. Superchargers operate at about 10-fold higher power levels than standard chargers. So the rural electrical distribution infrastructure will have to be upgraded radically. And it's an infrastructure that's already far more expensive per household than in urban areas. Then are there hidden costs. Of course, rural grid outages are about 50% more frequent than in urban areas. Today, a rural resident can ensure travel is possible during an outage, whatever the cause of the outage, by spending a few $100s on enough gasoline storage capacity to fill up a pickup truck's tank. But if a grid outage happened when they say a Ford Lightning is, say, only half charged, that homeowner would have to spend over $30,000 on a home-based battery storage system that could hold enough backup power to fill up just half of the pickup truck's battery. So that brings me to the assumption that EV subsidies will become unnecessary because of the expectation that batteries will soon become far cheaper. The fact is that the mass adoption of EVs will dramatically stress global supply chains and lead probably to higher, not lower prices for batteries in the coming years. The global plans to expand battery production along with solar and wind construction in parallel. Studies have shown, including from the IEA, that they expect demand to increase from 400% to over 4,000% for the various critical minerals that are needed to build all the planned hardware. On average, it's important to note that compared to a gasoline vehicle, an EV entails at least 1,000% increase in the overall tonnage of materials that are extracted from the earth to deliver the same lifetime miles. So the growth in demand for materials will be far greater right now than the rate at which the world's miners are planning or likely able to expand supply. And keep in mind, the global average to open a new mine is 16 years, and it's far longer in the United States. So in basic commodity economics, as demand for EV battery minerals outstrips supply, it will fuel a price increase, not the decrease that's assumed by many enthusiasts. And commodities alone comprise 60 to 70% of the cost to fabricate a battery. Even with energy minerals supply chain that's not yet fully stressed, because remember, EVs still account for under 5% of new vehicle purchases. Even then, the overall price for the sort of suite of EV battery metals, the price for those commodities is up 200% over the past 2 years. What that's done is caused last year's lithium battery costs to decline by barely 6%, a dramatic slowdown from the sort of decadal trends. And the current forecast is to see lithium battery costs rise next year as commodity inflation continues. So the future price for batteries is now determined mainly by the mining and the commodities markets. And it bears noting that most of the primary minerals and the chemical processing of those minerals takes place overseas. The issue of foreign dependencies and energy materials used to be something that Congress worried about. Today, Chinese firms dominate the critical mineral mining and processing supply chains, and the majority of growth in the mining and processing is expected offshore. It's just for the record, the U.S. depends on imports for 100% of some 17 critical minerals and for over half of the supply of another 28 minerals. It goes without saying that the inverse is the case for agriculture.
Mr. Mills, your time is expiring.
Oh, let me just say as a final point that the data show that EVs will only have a trivial impact on global oil use, maybe 3% reduction in rural oil use, and in fact, potentially lead to increased carbon dioxide emissions when the fabrication of batteries is counted. Thank you.
Thank you very much. At this time, members will be recognized for questions in order of seniority, alternating between majority and minority members. You will be recognized for 5 minutes each in order to allow us to get in as many questions as possible. And please keep your microphones muted until you're recognized in order to minimize background noise. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes. Mr. David Strickland with General Motors. Mr. Strickland, you mentioned in your testimony plans for General Motors to bring 20
covered for the bill.
Let me remind members, please. unmute yourselves. Thank you very much. And now, Mr. Strickland, you mentioned in your testimony plans for General Motors to bring 20 different models to the United States auto market by 2025, including your announcement last week for a new electric pickup truck. Let me ask you, how were the needs of rural America taken into consideration when you at General Motors were designing these vehicles?
Mr. Chairman, we have a responsibility to continue to fulfill our customers in the market that we serve. And as America's largest automaker, we really do embrace the fact of servicing a full line of products and capabilities. As an example, the Silverado EV has a range of 400 miles, and it has 664 horsepower, which is comparable performance-wise to what you see in a dealership today for a Silverado. We have every expectation to be able to meet the wants and the needs of rural America and for farmers to have that same capability. In addition to that, you gain some advantages with an electric vehicle because it also, out in the field, it becomes an individual power supply or power plant for other farm implements and tools that may need to be charged. So in addition to having, the typical capabilities that you're looking for, there's actually some advantages that we have as well.
Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. Now, to you, Mr. Lincolnwood with Southern Company, how prepared is the electric grid to handle an influx of EV users? And again, members, or mute your phones. Thank you. How prepared is the electric grid to handle this influx of EV users? What steps are our electric utility companies taking to prepare for additional demand on the grid, particularly in regards to outdated infrastructure in rural areas?
Thank you, Chairman Scott, for the question. First, utilities have a track record of integrating technology over the past 50, 60 years. Air conditioning comes to mind, of integrating that technology into our electric grid successfully. In particular, at Georgia Power, we have a $1.3 billion grid investment plan, and that is looking at the grid holistically to figure out how we can increase its reliability, because electric vehicles are not the only reason to make investments into the grid, whether it be severe weather, whether it be cyber concerns, the renewables or energy efficiency. Utilities are constantly looking at the electric grid to upgrade or make more resilient for all these reasons. But a couple specific activities that we're working on might be automated line devices, so we can isolate the source of an outage and make it a smaller impact to the grid itself. It could be maintenance at a substation or rebuilding the entire substation if needed to increase reliability. It could be, even for our transmission system, rebuilding even the structures if those are needed. It could be adding alternate circuits. Go ahead, I see you have a question.
Yes, I have a minute left and I have another important question. However, we will make sure we get in touch with you to get your full answer, all right?
Of course.
It's very important for us to have the UAW here. These distinguished members of that very distinguished union. They provide the workers. They're the ones that put it together. So, Mr. Nasser, what will be the impact in terms of jobs for your union members?
Well, that really depends on how successful the EV transition is and how many people are buying them and how that's going to work out as far as the marketplace. And it's also dependent on what we're going to do as far as the battery manufacturing. Are we going to do the manufacturing here in the U.S.? So it's quite a few open questions about what kind of jobs will be produced by this change over to EVs. And a lot of it has to do also with our economic policy. I want to point out that, we've had big problems, throughout manufacturing, many industries, because of the semiconductor shortage, which was, in our opinion, a real self-inflicted wound because we really didn't have policies to make sure that production was here. So we encourage the House to pass portions of USICA that has CHIPS Act for the semiconductors. But overall job impact, it's really going to be dependent on if workers have a voice and what kind of policies we have to support the transition.
Thank you very much. The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Austin Scott, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And my first question is for you, Mr. Strickland. The vehicle behind you will be available in late 23. Is that correct? Fall
Yes,
23?
sir, it is. Yes, sir.
For most of us in rural America, we don't just use our vehicles to move from place to place. They're tools. I mean, for us, and if we weight them down, towing trailers and other things, certainly that impacts the fuel economy that we get in a normal pickup truck. What does that do to the range of the vehicle? I would assume it would reduce it. So if I'm hauling a trailer, do I go from 400 to 300 miles? What is the impact on the range?
Well, sir, it's certainly, you can't defy the laws of physics, but just like it impacts the fuel economy of the internal combustion engine vehicle, we are working very hard on new battery technologies. Our Ultium platform is one of the foundational things that we're doing to, not only are we very excited about the performance long-term, but it's going to get better. And I think when we think iteratively about the technology, we are going to have to recognize the fact that these are working vehicles. We supply America's work trucks. And so, yes, absolutely, we have to sort of think through those things, but that's very much in our engineering planning, and we're very bullish on the opportunity to be able to provide a vehicle that is a true working vehicle for farmers and everybody else.
And if I use a supercharger to charge the vehicle, what does it cost me to charge it? I have to get back to you on that answer. Yes, sir. I don't know the exact answer to how much for a supercharger, but I'll certainly get back to you on the record. Well, thank you for that. That's one of the questions I have is what does it cost to recharge, especially if we're using a supercharger? I can see where electric vehicles would be very valuable for people who just need a daily vehicle to commute. They start and stop at the same place every time. For some of us who are on the road significantly more, I think that we will probably stick with the internal combustible engines for the foreseeable future. I am concerned, as Mr. Wood talked about becoming more and more dependent on China with regard to natural resources. Mr. Wood, I'm sorry, it was not Mr. Wood that said that. It was Mr. Mills who was talking about that. So, Mr. Mills, the rare earth elements, a lot of them are mined from the Middle East and from Africa, if I'm not mistaken, but the mines are controlled by China. Could you expand on where the raw materials are mined and how China has embedded themselves in the supply chain?
Yeah, certainly. Thanks for the question. First, on rare earth minerals specifically, China has about a 90% global market dominance on the critical minerals that are not called rare earths. Would be nickel, cobalt, so forth. China has a market dominance in refining those materials like carbon and graphite and cobalt. But Russia is a big player in nickel. South American firms are, African firms. China is one of the largest investors globally, particularly in Africa, in mines and in the processing industries that are associated with taking the raw ore and turning it into useful minerals. So it's a completely focused, if there were an OPEC of battery minerals, instead of a big portfolio of countries, you would have just 3 countries. Fortunately, a couple of them include our friends in Canada. Being a Canadian, I'm happy to say that, and of course Australia. But their market share is very small compared to the rest of the world.
Mm-hmm. So, Mr. Lawfridge, you drove from Atlanta to DC in an electric vehicle. Is that correct? I'm sorry, I
I
apologize.
believe
Mr.
that
Wood.
was Georgia
Mr. Wood
Power.
drove.
That was me, Lincoln Wood.
Right. And so how many times did you have to recharge on the way?
4.
4. Okay. And how long did it take you each time to recharge?
Half an hour.
Half an hour. And what did it cost for a recharge?
In this particular model, it was free.
It was free to recharge. You expect that would be the trend going forward?
I cannot say, but it was offered in this particular model for free.
To recharge. Where did you recharge?
2 of them were actually at Sheetz stations, and then 2 were just in the community, based on, one was in Glen Allen, Virginia at a Target.
Mr. Scott, your time
My
has
time's
expired.
expired. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. And now I recognize the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Miss Adams, who is also the vice chair of our committee. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member. Thank you as well for hosting today's hearing. And my thanks as well to the witnesses for their testimony. The climate crisis presents a significant challenge to everyone, not just a select few. And so as we continue to transition towards clean energy and transportation, we must focus on equitable distribution of the charging infrastructure and not forget our rural and traditionally underserved communities, which is why I applaud my colleagues and the Biden administration for enacting the Bipartisan Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. This bill will fight the climate crisis and advance equality while also creating high-quality U.S. manufacturing jobs. My question, first of all, Mr. Strickland, rural drivers often have different driving needs than their urban counterparts. They need heavy-duty vehicles such as utility vans or trucks with hauling capacity, and they drive longer distances. So, Mr. Strickland, how is GM taking that into account as it transitions to electric vehicles?
Ms. Adams, again, we have focused on being a full line manufacturer across a range of vehicles that we currently provide, including medium duty and heavy duty vehicles in the pickup line. And we also have a partnership with BrightDrop, which provides commercial vehicles as well. The goal, once again, and as you alluded to for the IIJA, is being able to have the money for the infrastructure build out, which will be very, very important, to being able to have the resource to be able to provide consumer incentives, and being able to think thoughtfully about how we implement charging strategies for rural communities. And those are all incredibly important. And we're looking forward to working with you and the rest of the committee members on hopefully getting that money distributed. And then once again, being able to support rural communities in not only the vehicles that they need, but also the ability to charge them in a thoughtful way.
Okay, well, thank you. So I was going to follow up with what can we do as Congress to ensure socially disadvantaged farmers and ranchers have the access to electric vehicles and charging stations? So did you want to expound on that anymore?
Oh, yes, ma'am, absolutely. Well, one of the things that we're working on, and we have a climate equity fund, which is providing $25 million to actually support the ability to deal with to disadvantaged communities and communities that are frankly electrified deserts. So it isn't just simply working with our partners and providing charging stations, but it is making that investment in communities to make sure that that 25 million, and I'm sure will be more as the years go on for us, to be able to address those social gaps and those disparate impacts for folks that don't have those opportunities. We are very committed, as we said, to make sure that everybody comes along for this journey. And we have to pay attention to those communities especially.
Okay, Mr. Loffridge, my state, North Carolina, currently falls behind other parts of the country when it comes to the adoption of electric vehicles. Drivers are concerned with charging barriers and limited range of the vehicles. So have you seen a shift in the knowledge or attitude toward electric vehicles when interacting with customers at your dealerships? And what are the most common misperceptions, and what do you perceive as the biggest barrier for consumers to switch to electric vehicles?
Thank you, Representative Adams, for the question. To go to the last part of your question, the barriers. The biggest barriers we see is education. So part of what I believe is the essential part of dealerships being involved in distributing the EVs is educating the customer about their needs and assessments of what type of vehicle that they would want to buy, whether EV is the proper vehicle or internal combustion engines is the proper vehicle. But we're all in making sure that the customer gets the availability, the affordable pricing, and make sure that we're able to give them the correct information that fits them and their family's needs.
Well, thank you. Let me quickly, Mr. Mills, what do you suggest we do to lower carbon dioxide emissions?
Oh, thank you, Madam Congressman. I think if we're serious about lowering the emissions, the cheapest, fastest way, if we want to spend congressional money on subsidies, would be to incentivize the purchase of far more efficient internal combustion engines. It's much cheaper, much faster, and easy to document. And we know that all the automakers make pickup trucks, full-size trucks that are close to 50% more fuel efficient than their sort of low average. So it'd be a very fast way to do it, much, much cheaper, and easy to document, frankly.
Great.
The gentlelady's
Chairman,
time has
I'm out of time,
expired.
and I'm going to yield back. Yes, sir. Thank you.
I now recognize the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Crawford, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. Mr. Strickland, as you well know, Democrats continue to try to pick winners and losers by subsidizing EV purchases using taxpayer dollars. The current proposal would give up to $12,500 for individuals making less than $800,000. Now, to me, someone making that kind of money doesn't really need any free money to purchase a new vehicle. What's more, these credits threaten the economic livelihood of small businesses in Arkansas and elsewhere in the country who rely on distributing and selling traditional motor fuels. I'd also wonder why we subsidize EVs when they don't contribute to the Highway Trust Fund. All vehicle owners and operators, no matter what fuel type they choose, including electric vehicles, should pay their fair share for road maintenance and repair. So my question is, how will subsidizing EV purchases impose economic hardships on small business, fuel, and energy marketers across the country?
I think that the perspective of, a number of folks in dealing with climate transition sees that there is, frankly, more opportunities for jobs and job creation with a green agenda, and including the evolution and transition going to electric vehicles. The issue in terms of providing support from a consumer demand to be able to get the EV consumer demand up actually will drive down the cost of battery production. It will actually provide a broader ability to be able to support these vehicles long term. And we think that the overall economic prospects of making that transition is positive. With that being said, we do understand that road maintenance and road issues are certainly very important, and we are certainly willing to work with the Congress to figure out ways to be able to make sure that we figure out those equities and making sure that the road maintenance is continuing to be maintained, since it's going to be impacted by moving off of a fossil fuel support system.
Well, I want to make sure that we ensure that EVs are paying their fair share for the wear and tear that they impart on our highways. I don't know if you're open to suggestions or not, but I'm wondering why the industry hasn't developed some sort of a more efficient sort of a battery exchange type model where you could, like, for example, when you exchange your propane tanks at a local retailer, for your gas grill or whatever. It just seems to expedite the process. Those retailers are already prepared to collect the associated taxes. How hard would that be to? I know we're making progress in the electronic vehicle space, but there's just doesn't seem to be much consideration about how we address this collection of taxes with regard to the Highway Trust Fund. And I'm just wondering if maybe a battery exchange type approach might be more effective. What are your thoughts? Is that a viable consideration for EVs?
there's a number of prospective ways to think about collecting the user fees in order to be able to support the highway system. We would be happy to engage with you in your office in that particular idea. Clearly thinking about battery exchanges or changing batteries definitely have some pluses and minuses in terms of vehicle design and rigidity and things of that nature. But we are all in for trying to figure out the most equitable way to make sure that we continue to support our road system.
Thank you. I also think that it probably expedites the process as opposed to pulling into a charging station and being forced to wait 30, 40 minutes for your batteries to charge, where you could do a quick change and be on your way. That maybe helps expedite the process in addition to creating a better collection model. So I appreciate your comments, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate the hearing, and to all the witnesses, thank you, and I will yield back.
Thank you. The gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. Spanberger, who is also the chair of the Subcommittee on Conservation and Forestry, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Chairman. And to our guests who are here today, thank you so much. And Mr. Wood, I would just note that when you stopped to charge your vehicle in Glen Allen, Virginia, you were doing so in the wonderful 7th District of Virginia. So I hope you enjoyed the stop and perhaps even added to our local economy. Mr. Strickland, I am very pleased to hear about the many steps that General Motors is taking to help deploy EV charging infrastructure to rural communities. But I also strongly agree that the U.S. must really step up to the plate through some targeted public investments. In your testimony, you welcome the opportunity to, as you put it, to leverage existing USDA programs to further support EV charging stations and charging infrastructure. Could you elaborate a little on why that might be especially helpful in rural areas, and how legislation like the Electric Vehicle Charging Infrastructure for Farmers Act could really help build momentum and build on the momentum that General Motors has generated in addressing rural EV charging deserts?
Well, Ms. Spanberger, bottom line being is the USDA recognizes the needs of rural America. That's the agency that serves that entire population in those communities. So being able to leverage existing resources and frankly, the expertise of the USDA in terms of thinking about ways to support and ways to deploy, I think would be essential in trying to make sure of a successful rural development program in terms of the expansion of charging stations. So we are happy to work with you and your office and the other members on this important legislation. And we think it is a very thoughtful approach on how we really address specific needs for rural communities.
Thank you so very much for those answers. And I really do appreciate, when we're thinking about how we can compete with other nations in the EV market and we think about the role of manufacturing, can you explain a bit more how investments in the deployment of domestic charging infrastructure are in fact really essential towards competing internationally in the EV space, again, from your perspective?
It's foundational. When we think about our international competition dealing with our competitors, whether it's China, whether it's Europe, to be able to build out and have a successful charging infrastructure, which supports the ability for people to buy and use these vehicles. That is how we maintain our competitiveness long-term and that is frankly the world's best automotive manufacturer. We need to have all those elements in order to have that success and to compete, and having that opportunity to be able to build that out it's foundational.
Thank you. Well, I'm really proud of the fact that I will be introducing bipartisan legislation today to expand the USDA's Rural Energy for America program to include electric vehicle supply equipment as an eligible expense for farmers and agribusinesses that apply for that support. So certainly, Congresswoman Adams, I'll be in touch with your office because it might get at some of the questions that ma'am, you asked in your 5 minutes. I do firmly believe that this change will help ensure that our farmers and agribusinesses, and by extension, our rural communities, have greater access to EV charging infrastructure while leveraging the existing relationships of USDA's Office of Rural Development and the on-the-ground relationships that they have. Mr. Strickland, you were kind to comment on the bill that my legislation, Electric Charging Infrastructure for Farmers Act. It has really started to gain support across a range of stakeholders because its supporters include other car manufacturers such as Ford Motor Company, the National Resources Defense Council, Environmental Working Group and the Zero Emissions Transportation Association. I'd also really like to thank my colleague, Republican Congressman Tom Rice of South Carolina, for recognizing the value of this legislation to our communities, to industries in our districts, and certainly to our farmers and producers across the country. I'm coming up on time, but Mr. Strickland, if I could just ask one more general question from the perspective of car manufacturers, certainly, many of the things that you all have mentioned, the investments that General Motors is making in electric vehicles, also in the equity priorities that the company maintains. Looking down the line, many of the decisions, presumably, that you as a company are making are based on where the market is going, being responsive to what consumers want. And so could you just comment a little bit on really what made it so that beautiful car vehicle, the Silverado behind you, is one of the top priorities, is a vehicle that you all are going to be producing, and why, for those of us in Congress who are trying to be responsive, might hear from you as to how you reach that place?
The future of, I am unmuted. The future of ground transportation is electrification, period. The world has recognized it too. It isn't just us, it's Europe, it's China, it's Asia. And bottom line being is like people that are exposed to an electric vehicle.
The general lady's time has expired. We have many that want to ask questions, so.
Thank you, Mr.
You could
Chairman,
get
and
back
thank
with
you
that.
to our witnesses. I yield back.
The gentleman from California, Mr. LaMalfa, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate it. I just wanted to, let's just go with Mr. Wood here, please. I wanted to ask a question on, looking at the grid realities I have in Northern California and all of our state of California, really. We have some pretty big challenges. Just for example, this winter, now this is after a summer of fire and 1 million acres in just one fire and several 100,000 in others affecting the grid and generation, et cetera. Now we've had recently some kind of unprecedented levels of snow at lower elevations. It's knocked out a lot of our power grid to constituents like Nevada County and Sierra County and others in the Sierras in general. So many people have been left without power for weeks. And so with what we're looking at, combined with in the summer months, for example, the public safety power shutoffs, if people on the committee don't know what that means, is that they intentionally shut the power off in the summertime when there's going to be high winds because of the fear that tree branches and trees might blow into power lines and do blackouts and cause fires, which keeps happening, right? The Dixie Fire, almost 1 million acres. In this case, it was a tree fell into a power line that had a bad root system that was undetected, but in other times, it's the same thing. So what you're looking at is a power system, a grid that's already in question. And even without the shutoffs from public safety aspect, when it gets really hot in California, they ask people to shut off manufacturing plants and others that are already pre-positioned to shut off in order to make the grid carry through the hottest days, as well as an edict right after these electric cars are getting so popular. Supposedly, they had an edict asking people not to charge their electric cars between 3 and 9 p.m. So I would really tend to wonder: is the market driving this thing with new electric cars, or is it really government and a lot of hype by media? Because I don't know people that are just that hot to get electric cars as in their areas, especially with those on unlimited incomes. So, Mr. Wood, they're looking at charging. So, as I mentioned, charging EVs during the non-peak periods in order to avoid rolling power outages. With the condition of the grid, as I've mentioned in California, they want to pull hydroelectric plants off. They want to tear down at least 5 dams to make hydropower. We've lost a nuclear power plant in the San Diego area, which is about 9% of the grid. They're going to take down the San Luis Obispo one, Diablo Canyon, within a couple of years. That's another 9% of the grid. Where the hell is the power supposed to come from to run all this?
Thank you so much for the question. I'll acknowledge that California is not an area where Southern Company serves electricity, so I'm happy to make connections offline with the utilities in the area for further follow-up. I'll also add in general that electric vehicles won't all charge at the same time. It's generally incremental, charged off peak or at different times of the day. And that if, the same thing happens if for hurricanes in the southeast, for example, if people are getting gas to evacuate, sometimes we have issues with stations running out of gas. So, catastrophes happen for sure, and I'm happy to connect you with my colleagues in California that can give you more information.
Okay. Let me shift over to Mr. Mills here. You had a recent piece that was published on carbon accounting. So what are the assumptions that if we're idling combustion vehicles and switching to an electrical grid, what is the whole accounting of this in supposedly saving CO2 and other forms of pollutants that are the concern in converting over to a grid like that, especially when the alternatives to power being generated are being limited?
Thank you, Congressman. I just summarize quickly that in the technical literature, not so much in the popularized literature, there's a lot of work going on looking at the so-called fuel cycle, where the minerals are mined, how they're processed and transported. And what we know is that to build a battery, counting everything upstreams, that we don't know precisely how much carbon dioxide emissions occur in the processes of mining minerals, moving and processing them. But we know the range. So people who say they know that it will, what the exact emissions reductions are, it's actually, truth is, it's a guess. It's a number somewhere between 8 and 20 tons of CO2 to fabricate a battery for one car. For a pickup truck, you can double that. And that's the lifetime emissions of carbon dioxide from driving a regular automobile.
The time of the gentleman has expired. The witness may provide an answer in writing. Thank you. The gentlewoman from Connecticut, Ms. Hayes, who is also the chair of our Subcommittee on Nutrition Oversight and Department Operations, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for having this very important hearing today. Outside of this committee, I've worked tirelessly to expand access to electric vehicles. In my first year in Congress, I co-led the Clean School Bus Act with now Vice President Kamala Harris, which would allocate $1 billion over 5 years to replace diesel school buses with electric ones. Since then, I've worked to ensure robust investments in electric vehicles have been included in any infrastructure legislation that has come to the House floor. With Representative Cardenas, I co-led the Clean Commute for Kids Act, which laid the blueprint for clean school bus provisions of the Infrastructure Investments and Jobs Act. Ultimately, we were able to secure about $5 billion for the replacement of diesel school buses with electric ones across this country. A key component for any plan for electric vehicle expansion is the grid. Expanding our national grid will not only benefit individual consumers, but communities at large. As you can tell, this issue is very important to me, having had a career for 15 years as a public school teacher and stood in many bus lines and taught many kids who were affected by the harmful impacts of breathing in diesel fuels. So my questions today are my first question is for Mr. Wood. One problem I have heard in conversations about electric vehicles is their applicability in rural areas. Enormous mountainous rural areas where there must be special consideration for larger charger placement and range. What can the federal government do to incentivize utilities to build charging infrastructure in rural communities? And is there any technical expertise you think would be helpful for federal agencies to provide in that process?
Thank you so much for the question. I'll first say utilities have an obligation to serve all customers, so in urban and in rural areas, and that's part of our public service mission. So to your point, electric school buses are already an important aspect of our electrification plan and something we are already looking at. And some of my contacts throughout the industry, when I've talked to in transit agencies and when they've switched to electric buses, have told me about their testing procedures, which might be loading the bus down, running it in very cold temperatures, very hot temperatures with a lot of weight in it. So some of those research methods are already in flight. I think additional assistance from DOE for modeling for what the batteries would look like, for the amount of energy consumed, any of that could be helpful. But I would say, as I said earlier in my opening comments, the infrastructure, EV infrastructure that's already been passed is a great help. If you want to carve out for electric school buses, to especially get the first cost problem down, is more of the issue for the school bus problem of if a school district needs 5 school buses, but they can only afford 3 because electric may cost more. That, to me, is where I've seen more of the challenge versus the infrastructure itself.
Thank you. And I know that expanding our electric grid not only provides opportunities for zero carbon transportation, but an array of other zero carbon infrastructure and resources. Mr. Wood, can you expand on what the agricultural industry specifically stands to gain from a national expansion of our electric grid?
So when you think about electrification in agriculture, the equipment, electrification, typically that piece of equipment is very, very precise. So if you drive an EV, for example, and you barely press the accelerator, the vehicle barely moves forward. You don't have the idle that pulls you forward. So if you're thinking about planting a certain number of crops, or you need to see a certain number of crops in a certain area to make a particular harvest, having more precise, more precision, or if you have that equipment that becomes autonomous and being able to control it, those are all benefits of how the agriculture industry can gain from electrification. We just have to be able to get there and understand what those implications are.
Thank you so much. And I don't really have time for my last question, but I'm sure I'll hear the answer at some point. I'm just interested to know what investments and resources can Congress provide to address the increased demand for EVs, and how can we help to build out the pipeline for manufacturers who produce these electric vehicles? There's not really enough time to answer, but hopefully throughout the rest of this hearing, that'll be incorporated in answers as we go along. Mr. Chair, I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hayes. And now the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Davis, recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Chairman Scott, and also Ranking Member Thompson for holding this hearing on electric vehicles. I'm also the ranking member of the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, Highways and Transit Subcommittee. It happens to be the largest subcommittee in Congress. I'm glad that other committees are also discussing the Biden administration's Build Back Broke scheme to further bankrupt American families. With inflation over 7% and President Biden's anti-work policies, the average family in my district would struggle to afford a new car, let alone a more costly electric vehicle. Not to mention the CDC's fluctuating whims that restrict the average working class family's ability to go to work and earn a living. It kind of makes you wonder why the Biden administration is making such a push for EVs when they'd rather have every American locked inside their house. For those that can afford a new car due to supply chain constraints, it begs the question of whether anyone looking to buy a car could even find one on the lot if they wanted, let alone an EV. Reducing emissions is not synonymous to electrifying the entire fleet. We have the tools and technology to reduce emissions right now. For example, ClearFlame, a company in Illinois, is already producing the technology to retrofit engines to run on cleaner conventional fuels, like ethanol. They're working with companies like John Deere to ramp up this technology and bring it to the marketplace. We don't have to wait until 2050, bankrupt our constituents by taking away consumer choice when shopping for vehicles, or break the law by undercutting the renewable fuel standards. So when you look at a rough estimate suggests that it costs the average American to buy an electric vehicle versus the most affordable conventional vehicles on the market. Cost difference is around $38,000. So I want to get to my questions. I want to start with Mr. Cooper. Mr. Cooper, did you see the report that Reuters issued this morning stating that the Biden administration is considering lowering the 2022 ethanol blending mandate below the proposed $15 billion that was set to be increased over the cut levels from 2020 to 2021?
Well, thank you for the question, Congressman Davis. And I did happen to see that article actually as I was sitting here. I saw that come across the wire. Certainly great concern if those rumors are true. We do have plenty of experience with rumors being reported in the news, sometimes not quite accurately. But we would be greatly concerned if EPA is backtracking on its very recent proposal to make sure that we return to that 15 billion gallon statutory requirement for conventional fuels, renewable fuels, in 2022. So we're going to try and get to the bottom of those rumors, and we will be absolutely insisting that EPA and this administration follow through on their commitment to restore that 15 billion gallon commitment for 2022 and beyond.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to actually insert this report into the record today.
Without objection.
Thank you. Mr. Cooper, if the Biden administration is intent on reducing emissions and using cleaner fuels like ethanol and biodiesel, and using those fuels get us there immediately, why do you think they broke the law and cut the RFS, jeopardizing the demand for biofuels for our farmers in rural America?
Well, we certainly hope that doesn't happen because, again, we believe the renewable fuel standard is the best near-term opportunity we have for reducing carbon emissions from the transportation sector. It is law that's been on the books for more than 15 years now. We have seen significant greenhouse gas emissions reductions result from the renewable fuel standard. In fact, one study estimates we've seen nearly 1 billion tons of greenhouse gas emissions avoided because of the renewable fuel standard and the use of biofuels under that program. So we agree that a strong RFS that is consistent with the statutory intent of the program is fundamental to decarbonizing transportation, and that's why we support a strong RFS in 2022, but well beyond as EPA begins the process to determine those volumes as well.
Well, great. Hey, one quick question for Mr. Strickland. How many vehicles that will be internal combustion engine vehicles does GM expect to produce between now and 2035?
We expect to produce 30 to 40 million.
Huh. Well, if you're putting 30 to 40 million internal combustion vehicles on the roadways, I mean, that's where this disconnect seems
The
to be.
gentleman's
So
time
we need cleaner
has
fuels,
expired.
We've got the technology. I yield
The
back.
witness, please, you have the opportunity to provide him with an answer in writing. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
And now we recognize the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Brown, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Scott and Ranking Member Thompson, for holding this hearing. And thank you to all the witnesses for joining us today. We are currently at a great inflection point. How we approach the next 10, 20 years will determine how we will be in the next 50. The existential threat of climate change to humankind is clearer than ever. People in Ohio and around the country are experiencing the dire consequences of climate change, devastating hurricanes in Louisiana, raging wildfires in California, harmful algae blooms in Lake Erie, and rising sea levels in South Florida, to name a few. The generally accepted agreement that greenhouse gas emissions contribute to the threats has led many to electric vehicles, which are likely to have lower emissions than internal combustion engine vehicles. While the U.S. auto sales declined 23% in 2020, the sales share of EVs increased 2%. My home state of Ohio has also seen a steady increase in EV registration in recent years. The EV market is only going to continue to grow as consumer demands for technology increases. It is prudent to begin examining this technology so we adequately address the needs of all stakeholders in America, urban, suburban, and rural. As we work to transition to a clean energy economy, we owe it to our farmers and auto workers to ensure that they are not left behind. Many of them have spent generations feeding and powering our country, and their work has every bit as much dignity as the work of an EV battery manufacturer. I'm confident that the investment of EVs is a step in the right direction. It will supercharge America's efforts to lead the electric future that will allow us to remain competitive and strong in the days to come. I'd like to acknowledge that Chairman Scott and Congresswoman Adams asked and answered one of the questions that I have. So I'd like to acknowledge Mr. Josh Nassar from the UAW. In your testimony, you spoke to the environmental benefits of an EV transition and the importance of also ensuring this transition benefits American workers. What policies should be in place to ensure those benefits?
Well, first of all, thank you for the question, Congresswoman. First of all, we should make sure taxpayer dollars are used to support good jobs and responsible employers, and that should be done, across the board with public dollars. Second thing is that we need to focus. We're talking about the battery supply chain. It's very true that China dominates, but they've dominated from getting a lot of rare earths and minerals from other countries. And what we need to do is we really need to get way more involved and engaged in that. Plus, we need to do the actual battery manufacturing here, not just the packing of the batteries, the last step in the process, because that's not too many jobs at all. The real jobs have to do with the processing. So we're seriously behind. The truth is that, China and the European Union were focused on this well before, but it's not too late. And we can't give up on fighting to be part of this transition, because if we do, what's going to ultimately happen is as EVs become a larger share of the market, fewer and fewer of them will be made, fewer car manufacturing jobs will be in the U.S. So I think really engaging fully in the entire supply chain is incredibly important, and making sure that there are conditions on taxpayer dollars.
Thank you so much. Mr. Wood, Lincoln Wood, what type of coordination among utilities do you think will be necessary to ensure that rural communities are not left behind in the transition towards transportation electrification? And the other, as a follow-up, how can communities work best with their utility partners to educate customers about charging during drop-off peaks, during off-peak periods and public charging opportunities?
Thank you for the question. So you may have seen a couple of weeks ago, the Edison Electric Institute announced the National Electric Highway Coalition, and that's a group of utilities from across the U.S. that all focused on really think of it as the EV brain trust from each utility in a room, trying to figure out how we roll out charging infrastructure in an equitable way across the U.S. I think that's a good first step. I think a best practice is always to involve your utility early and often. And utilities typically have really good relationships with their communities all across their service territory. And so we have relationships with dealers and with local governments and others to help communicate the benefits of electric vehicles as well as other electric technologies. And those efforts are ongoing, but certainly always open to more engagement. I think a meeting just like this one of all stakeholders to have the discussion is a great first step.
Thank you so much. And my time is expiring, so I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you. The gentleman from Pennsylvania, our distinguished ranking member, Thompson, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Chairman, thank you very much. Thanks again to all the witnesses for your testimony. Very informative. My first question is for Mr. Mills. Mr. Mills, as you mentioned in your testimony, it seems like our analysis of EV supply chains' environmental footprint is often incomplete. Why is it so hard to account for these activities when measuring the greenness of an activity, and why does an accurate accounting matter?
Well, thank you, Ranking Member. The greenness is determined entirely, by that, of course, we mean carbon dioxide emissions, by where and how the materials are mined and processed. And as a consequence, we are talking about a vast global industry, thousands of businesses around the world, not in the United States. So we have some knowledge of it, but it's very hard to track down. A lot of proprietary processes, a lot of proprietary industries, and frankly, a lot of secret, we'll call them not secret illegal, just secret transactions that go on. It matters because the data show and the research shows that the total emissions from accessing the minerals and producing the materials can easily equal all of the savings from not using the gasoline, from not burning the gasoline. So the idea that we are dealing with zero emissions vehicles is just flat wrong. The only question is how much the emissions are reduced. Even Volvo and Volkswagen have recently issued studies on their own website showing that the emissions reductions based on assumptions about the supply chain are rather modest, very small. So they're sort of warning everybody to be careful about these assumptions.
Well, I want to follow up to maybe cite one example. There's a study I know you're familiar with from the International Energy Agency. The study is the role of critical minerals in clean energy transition, which examines the changing mining patterns for critical minerals resulting from increased electrification. Questions are, how will the predictions made by the IEA with respect to declining ore quality and increased resource demand impact the carbon accounting? And with this new calculus, change the case for EVs, whether in rural America or elsewhere?
That's a very good question, Mr. Congressman. The fact is, the IEA pointed out, as have other analysts, that as you increase demand for minerals like copper and nickel, the common ones, you have to chase lower ore grades. That's a technical way of talking about there's less copper as a percentage of the actual ore, which means you have to dig up more rock, use more energy, and cause more emissions. As they've pointed out, the expectation is that the carbon dioxide emissions associated with, for example, accessing lithium will increase several 100%. So as we chase more and more lithium to put into lithium batteries, the emissions from producing the lithium are rising in the future as we chase more of these minerals, not going down. And this is an indisputable sort of geophysical fact that no one, bizarrely, is including in any of their forecasts about carbon dioxide emissions from making batteries.
Very good. Well, my next question is from Mr. Walter. First of all, Ms. Walter, I can't tell you how happy and pleased I am to have a fellow Baltimore area alumni testifying today, and also congratulations on your career. I want to thank you for your testimony. You closed your written testimony by noting something I think is important. Quote, any alternative, including electricity, should be offered in an open competitive market that gives American consumers the fullest economic benefits of robust price competition. This has worked well for consumers for nearly 100 years with liquid fuels because the markets had a business case to invest to meet consumer needs, end quote. So why is it so important that any new motor vehicle fuel and indeed any engine technology be subject to the pressures of an open and competitive market?
Thank you, Ranking Member Thompson. An open market provides the lowest cost to consumers. Anytime markets operate with opaqueness, it typically creates higher costs for consumers across the board. And, you know, the traditional fuel market today is an open, highly competitive marketplace with many competing factors, not only from the sale at retail for physical fuels, but also in various geographic pockets. There's high competition amongst wholesalers of traditional fuels. In today's world, there's a tremendous amount of opaqueness that exists around EV charging costs. Some will highlight, like Mr. Wood highlighted, that he paid $0 for charging. And first, I just want to say thank you to Lincoln for stopping at Sheetz on his path. But I mean, that costs in the future will be higher for EV vehicles. And I think a lot of people today are not.
The gentleman's time has expired. The witness may provide an answer in writing. Thank you. And now the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Rush, is recognized for 5 minutes.
I certainly want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding this important hearing. And I really want to let you know that I sincerely appreciated your kind remarks that you had for me at the beginning of the hearing. As the chairman of the Energy and Commerce Committee subcommittee on energy, I have been proud to champion electric vehicle infrastructure broadly, specifically infrastructure for urban and rural underserved areas. I was proud, Mr. Chairman, to negotiate provisions to advance electric vehicle infrastructure and adoption, which was ultimately included in the House-passed Build Back Better Act. And I am very, very hopeful and optimistic that these provisions will be signed into law soon. Mr. Strickland, so good to see you again and again.
Yes, sir.
And once again, I just want to thank you so much for your sincere and your heartfelt remarks. I'm so proud of you, man. For all of your multitudinous accomplishments over your relatively young years. So, man, you make my heart glad and warm just to see you and to know that you are such an amazing individual and amazing success. I have a few questions for you. I have a question for you. I've spent much of my professional career fighting for the health and the wealth of Black and Brown Americans. And you know, who disproportionately live in areas with higher levels of harmful emissions. And I'm absolutely worried that once again the needs of these same communities will be overlooked in favor of catering toward a more affluent white consumer base. And my question to you is, what policies should the federal government implement to ensure that minority consumers are incentivized to purchase electric vehicles? And
Well,
what
Mr. Rush,
and what specific plans do you see on the horizon that would ensure that these electric charging stations will also be amply supplied in disadvantaged communities?
Mr. Rush, I know your passion for this subject, and we, at our conversation so long ago, you know my passion for the very same subject across a number of things that impact our community. I think foundationally, we need to get the money for the IIJA distributed to support overall infrastructure investment, charging investment, and also providing consumer demand. General Motors is committed to having affordable vehicles across our chain. In addition to the Chevy Bolt, which was our first and most successful and widest deployed affordable long-range vehicle, we also announced the Chevrolet Equinox, which will be a $30,000 vehicle, which will be also introducing to the market in a couple of years. I want to talk about the Climate Equity Fund that GM has made an obligation. We have $25 million to support, frankly, equity issues and the distribution of charging stations to support communities to be able to make sure that we leave no one behind. But that's in addition to the $10 million that we've invested in racial justice and equity funds to help close gaps addressing communities that are adversely impacted by climate change. And in addition to supporting the 357 US-based nonprofits for that goal. So we need to make that investment because that not only helps every community, but it definitely helps our community. And General Motors has an immense focus on making sure that diversity and equity issues are full and foremost made available to every community, rural, about to say urban, Black and brown. We want to make sure that everybody is along for this ride and nobody can step behind.
I believe in you. I believe in you. I believe in you, man. All right. Mr. Nasser, what percentage of electric vehicles are currently being manufactured by union workers?
I don't know the exact percentage but I can tell you, in addition to the many models that were talked about, by Mr. Strickland, Ford and
Unfortunately, the gentleman's time has expired. We have many that want to ask their questions. The witness may provide an answer in writing. Thank you.
Okay.
And now, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Allen. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you. I think this has been very informative, but I am a little troubled by the fact that we're sitting here talking about things in the future and what it looks like. But let me tell you what's going on Main Street right now. How many of my colleagues have been into a grocery store in the last 2 or 3 days here in Washington, D.C.? I mean, the shelves are empty. I mean, this is I mean, this is a real problem. When you talk about energy policy, over the holidays, we get together with family. Of course, a lot of questions I got was, where is this thing going? And frankly, I said, based on the fact that when you pull into a service station today, you don't know if that service station, the energy policy of this administration is so incompetent, you don't know if this service station has any gasoline to put in your automobile. I mean, we've all seen it. We've seen the plastic covers over the dispensers. And so I said, we probably all need to have at least one of our automobiles electric to ensure that we can get from point A to point B. I mean, this is Main Street, folks. The other thing I mentioned to my friend from General Motors, Mr. Strickland, we've got a 3-generation Cadillac dealer in my hometown of Augusta, Georgia. Cadillac just came to them and said, you're going all electric. And this is what you're going to have to invest, or we're going to buy you out. They ran the numbers, and there was no way economically they could do that. I understand there's over 400 Cadillac dealers across this nation that have closed because of this policy of General Motors Corporation. Just in my community, that's 32 very high-paying jobs gone. This is what's going on in Main Street, and here we are talking about the future. So, Mr. Mills, my first question is this. This new religion of climate change, if we do everything that the Biden administration says we need to do to fix this, how much are we going to lower the temperature of this planet? Does anybody have any idea?
Well, Congressman, I would just say that based on the published data, what we do know is that if the United States dramatically continues to reduce its carbon dioxide emissions, the world carbon dioxide emissions are going to continue to rise. That's because of what's going on in China, India, and the rest of the Asian countries and Africa. And that's just the IEA and IPCC forecast. So we know that's what's actually happening on main streets all over the world. Emissions are going up, not down. And that will happen without regard to what the United States does, frankly. So even if we impoverished ourselves by not existing, there will still be rising carbon dioxide emissions. That's an elliptical way of saying that would mean essentially no measurable impact on the forecast temperature of the planet.
So what you're saying is we're putting our entire economy in jeopardy over this new religion, and we have absolutely no idea of the consequences.
Well, we're obviously guessing about consequences about what the future will be with respect to the climate. The climate, as any climate scientist would tell you, the climate is obviously changing. It is indisputable that the planet is warmer. And it's, by the way, it's also indisputable that human activities have something to do with it. The dispute is over two things: how much warmer and how fast, what effects that have. That's the science there. And the other is an area that's independent of climate science. What can one do about energy? What's possible with batteries, for example, is anchored in the physical chemistry, the physics of batteries. It's not amenable to government policies. We know the limits. We know what batteries can and can't do. They can do a lot, but they aren't going to replace all combustion engines anytime in the foreseeable future. So this is not a knock against what GM is doing. GM's making a great truck. I've owned lots of Suburbans. I love them. I'm ready to buy an electric truck to commute in on the farm. But an electric truck has a 1-ton battery. By definition, that reduces by 1 ton what you could have done with an identical vehicle with gasoline tank.
Well, I'm out of town. I'm out of time, and I'm gonna have to yield back. But the audacity to believe that we actually have control of this, this is mind-boggling to me. And I thank you for Mr.
The time of the gentleman has expired.
Thank you, sir.
The gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Bustos, who is chair of the Subcommittee on General Farm Commodities and Risk Management, is recognized now for 5 minutes.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Scott. And I also want to thank our ranking member, Thompson, for putting this together today. Obviously the future of electric transportation is bright. And certainly we appreciate all of the witnesses for their input today. And especially how we can make sure that rural America is not left behind as we continue this conversation. So let me look at it this way. And I know we've talked about it a little bit, but obviously we have electric vehicles, major, as I see it, as many of us see it, a major positive step toward decarbonization in the transportation sector. And really, we as has been acknowledged, there's going to be a little bit of time before we get to this, full EV, and every vehicle that's coming off the lot is an electric vehicle. So the climate is calling for us to bring down carbon emissions now. That's not something that we can continue to just put off. And I appreciate our witnesses, a couple of whom mentioned a bill that we've written out of my office, the Next Generation Fuels Act. Really happy that we have bipartisan support for that. So thank you for our Republicans and Democrats who have signed on to this. And just very briefly, this is a bill that has support of many of our witnesses today, but it would require automakers to optimize their vehicles' engines to run on high octane, low carbon fuel, so like E20 and E30. There's been a recent analysis out of the University of Illinois in my home state, University of Illinois at Chicago, that says that the Next Generation Fuels Act would reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 2 billion metric tons by the year 2040. And that would save nearly $100 billion in climate-related property damage and public health issues. So this question can be answered by Mr. Strickland, Mr. Nasser, Mr. Cooper, Mr. Walter. If one has something to add after the next, please do. But can you talk about how a new era of low carbon, high octane liquid fuels in the Next Generation Fuels Act specifically would impact your businesses and your members as we continue to transition to electric vehicles? And why don't we start with Mr. Strickland and then go to Nasser, Cooper, and Walter, whatever you have to add on that, please.
Well, Ms. Bustos, clearly before we get to our all-electric future in 2035, we're going to be selling internal combustion engines. As I noted earlier, we will be selling 30 to 40 million of those vehicles. And the ability and the opportunity to be able to use lower carbon fuels such as higher octane is incredibly important. There's advantages there where you can get 3 to 9% better fuel efficiency with higher compression and higher octane fuels and biofuels. And we believe in the path to zero is going to be inclusive of that particular pathway. We're looking forward to working with you and the members on your important legislation.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for the question. Well, first of all, it's going to be very helpful for the agricultural implement sector because it's really going to, help increase, demand for farming equipment. So it'd certainly be helpful on that score. It would also be helpful, in meeting the CAFE standards, which, we're supportive of the moderate standards that were put forward, finalized by the Biden administration with support from automakers. But this will help comply with those standards. So this is kind of an overlooked area is the fuels when it comes to having, how that could really improve, reduce carbon emissions and improve manufacturing employment. So it's important.
And thank you again.
Josh. Yes, please.
Yeah, thanks, Congresswoman, for the question. This is certainly a piece of legislation that we strongly support in the ethanol industry. We do think it marks a huge step toward decarbonizing our liquid fuels. You're right, it's going to take a long time for the fleet to turn over to electric vehicles. We ought to be doing something in the interim, and your bill would move us a long way down that road toward decarbonizing those fuels. And the other thing we like about it is not only is it requiring higher octane in our motor fuels, but it's requiring lower carbon as well. It's really marrying those two aspects together. And it just so happens that ethanol is the highest octane, lowest carbon fuel source available on the market today. So we do see the bill as a significant opportunity for our industry and frankly, a significant opportunity for consumers because it would make a meaningful dent in emissions from the transportation sector.
All right, Mr. Walter, I would love to have your time, but I think we're out of it, and we'll hear from you. We'll hear from you at another time. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. And now we recognize the gentleman from South Dakota, Mr. Johnson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And it's pretty clear to me that EVs will play a role, obviously, in the transportation sector of the future. But there are other technologies that have been proven ways to offset carbon or to minimize the carbon footprint. And of course, biofuels is a huge one. And although I'm still not sure why we haven't had a committee hearing on biofuels yet in the 117th, I do want to thank the chairman and his team for having Mr. Cooper, because I think his testimony helps to round out the record a little bit. And when I talk about, proven technology, I mean, that's no joke. Between 2008 and 2020, biofuels offset 1 billion tons of carbon. I'll just mention that again. That's 1 billion metric tons of carbon. And I think that's obviously worth noting at the committee level. So I do have a question for Mr. Cooper. You talked a little bit about E15, sir, in your testimony. I want you to put a little more meat on that bone, if you will. What does the path forward look like for E15? What should it look like? As well as for E20 and higher blends for non-flex fuel vehicles?
Sure. Thank you for the question, Congressman, and I'm happy to answer it. We absolutely believe that E15 is one of the best near-term opportunities we have for really jump-starting decarbonization in the transportation fuels marketplace. Analysis that we've done and others have done shows that simply moving from the current gasoline blend, which is 10% ethanol, to E15 nationwide would reduce carbon emissions by about 18 to 20 million metric tons per year. Just that simple switch. And virtually every car on the road today already is legally approved to use E15. We have a number of retailers already offering the fuel. My friend Sheets, who is also a witness today, is among the leaders in offering E15 to consumers. So we do see that as the next logical step in this transition. However, we have some key barriers in place that need to be resolved. The most prominent of those is this ridiculous volatility regulation that prevents retailers from offering E15 during the summer months in about 2/3 of the country. We felt like we had that problem resolved when EPA adopted regulations to fix it a few years ago. The refiners didn't like it. They sued EPA. That regulation was recently overturned. The Supreme Court declined to review it, so we're right back where we started, where we have this summertime ban on E15. So that's got to be fixed. We know there's been legislation introduced in both chambers to rectify that situation. We strongly support that. But there are other things EPA can do administratively to fix that problem as well.
Yeah, and of course, Mr. Cooper, the Reid vapor pressure for E15 is actually lower than it is for E10. So there's no technical reason that E15 wouldn't be made available year round. And just quickly, because I do have another line of questioning, it's not just about E15, right? I mean, I do think we also want to think about, is the sweet spot for non-flex fuel vehicles E20 or some other blend, right?
It absolutely is, and that really gets to the Next Generation Fuels Act and the need for those mid-level blends. That is the sweet spot. The E25, E30 range is where ethanol's properties are really leveraged, that high octane content, that low carbon attribute. And so if we have high octane fuels like an E25 or
Mr.
E30.
Cooper, I've got to reclaim. I'm sorry, I just have a minute, and I do want to get a sense from Mr. Strickland. Mr. Strickland, I'm from South Dakota, and I appreciate the incredible technological advances batteries have made, but of course, all batteries still substantially underperform in cold weather. And I don't want everybody to think that South Dakota is always a tundra. 3 of the seasons are wonderful, but winter is terrible. It might be 50 degrees there today, but last week there were a few days where it was 40 degrees below freezing. So, Mr. Strickland, that is clearly a real technical limitation to widespread EV use during the winter months. Tell me about how General Motors views that.
We don't actually, long term, we do not see that as a a long-term technical barrier. We are working through and doing our testing in extreme climates. Our Ultium battery chemistry addresses a number of these things long-term. And yes, we recognize the fact that what we have seen in past years in terms of reduced performance, we recognize that as a company, and our engineers are working to making sure we address that. Actually, I had a conversation with Senator Thune before I left Senate Conference Committee about a very similar thing. And yeah, you're right. South Dakota isn't always a frozen tundra.
Sure. Well, let's follow up because I'm interested in learning more, but I am out of time, and I want to thank the chairman for his indulgence. And Mr. Strickland, let's follow up because I want to learn more, and I yield back.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
The gentleman from Arizona, Mr. O'Halloran, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Scott, Ranking Member Thompson. Appreciate the opportunity. A very good meeting today. As excited as we should be by the increase in EVs, it is important to emphasize the importance of EVs in rural communities, as we've talked about today. Like much of Arizona, my Arizona district, oftentimes discussions about electric vehicles center around consumers and businesses in urban, suburban, or ex-urban settings. However, the move to electric and clean energy vehicles can provide profound economic opportunity for rural communities, and we are already seeing these benefits in Arizona. My district is the proud home to the manufacturing centers of two major clean energy startups. Lucid Motors, which began delivering electric vehicles to consumers in October 2021, was built a massive factory in Casa Grande in southern Arizona and plans on continuing investing in the community. Another clean energy vehicle startup, Nikola Motors, builds its zero emissions heavy duty trucks in Coolidge, Arizona, utilizing hydrogen fuel cells to deliver vehicles that will help further reduce emissions from vehicles on the road. These two companies will bring much needed American-made manufacturing to Arizona and provide good paying jobs and sustainable economic growth for the region, as well as the development of the electric grid and the other clean energy sources that will be built throughout America and rural America. Most recently, Congress passed the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act legislation that included $7.5 billion for electric vehicle charging. The text includes some of the language that I helped develop to determine where these electric vehicle charging stations should be located, specifically ensuring that the needs of communities like Native American communities and rural communities are incorporated. While the Infrastructure Investment Act includes funds to modernize and upgrade transmission and other electrical grid, more needs to be done and to ensure that these changing stations, particularly those in rural and tribal communities, have the power to meet their specific electric vehicle needs and the needs of our economy. Mr. Strickland, thank you so much for being here. What sorts of infrastructure is needed to ensure that rural and underserved communities like Native American communities can purchase and effectively utilize EVs, not just in their day-to-day life, but in their industries, in the ability to be able to have the economies that they need so dearly?
Well, Representative, the IIJA implementation is incredibly important to get those resources out to support charging stations, but also the Build Back Better Act, which also includes the EV tax credit and the consumer side pull to make those vehicles affordable for, frankly, everybody in rural communities and other communities of color, and including in Native American communities, is especially important. You know, GM has made a commitment for the production and the sale of affordable electric vehicles, whether we talk about the Bolt or the Equinox. But foundationally speaking, we need a commitment for the federal, state, and local to partner with all of us in terms of implementing infrastructure, charging infrastructure everywhere that it is needed and getting that support. We are willing to make those investments in partnership with our 4,000 dealers. And frankly, it is going to be making sure we get not only the IIJA implemented and all the things that are there, but also getting Build Back Better done, which has also those other consumer pulls and those other supports that we need to make sure that electric vehicles are available to all.
Thank you. When I'm pulling my horse trailer or somebody's doing their RV for tourism across my district and across America, and trucks are long hauling it across our country, it's going to be critical that we really understand completely what this grid is going to have to look like and what the charging stations are going to have to be and how this all works together.
Yes, sir.
As of right now, I don't know that. I think we are moving in a direction that is going to bring about tremendous amount of technological change to get us where we need to be, but we do have to be careful as we move forward. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. O'Halloran. Well stated. Now the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Byrd, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate all the witnesses being here today talking about this important issue. And as you well know, it's important to agriculture and a district like I represent from Indiana. And, you know, we hear a lot about the vast decrease in the carbon output because of electric vehicles, but rarely about the total life cycle and the carbon footprint of these vehicles when we compare to combustion engines. So our nation's and our latest attempt to race to the vehicle electrification often seems forced, especially given the viable and practical middle step of biofuel adoption. So Mr. Cooper, how do the biofuels play into this transition and the broader decarbonization of American transportation? And how does this carbon footprint compare? And how does crop yield improvements and the conversion of conservation practices of farmers impacted the carbon intensity of biofuels? Mr. Cooper?
Well, thank you for the question, Congressman. And we agree completely that the carbon footprint and the way it's measured matters very much to the decision-making around where we go with the future of our transportation sector. The IEA study that was mentioned earlier by the ranking member actually shows that, yeah, on average, when you consider the source of minerals and the source of the electricity generation, electric vehicles are about 50% cleaner than a petroleum-fueled internal combustion engine. That can range a lot, from a 7% reduction to a 77% reduction. With biofuels, and corn ethanol specifically, we are also already at a 50% reduction compared to gasoline, and we have some member companies that are producing ethanol that is 70%, 75% better than gasoline. So again, if the goal here is to reduce emissions from the transportation sector, there's more than one way to do it. Ethanol is here, it's available today, it's available now to immediately jumpstart decarbonization efforts. And the first step is getting more ethanol into the blend, E15, E20, E30. Again, I just can't, say enough about the importance about using the same measuring stick when we look at the carbon footprint of these various fuels and vehicles.
Especially we consider the tremendous impact that a sudden change could have on our agricultural industry. So, Mr. Mills, do you have any comments in this same regard?
Well, I think I'll just reinforce the fact that the IEA study does show the estimated 50% reduction, counting all the emissions from fabricating the batteries, chemicals in the mining. But the IEA also points out that the trajectory for the future is for the reductions in emissions to go down. That is, the emissions from producing the materials are rising, not declining. That's sort of locked into the geophysics of materials. The International Clean Car Transportation Council has also looked at this fuel cycle issue, looked at it from country to country, and they find that to the point that Mr. Cooper made, that the emissions reductions can range from as little as 7% to as much as 70%. But this is all based on today's practices. We're talking about increasing the demand for minerals to make batteries by over 1,000%. That will put so much pressure on the world mining that I would just be happy to predict, I don't be happy, but willing to predict, that we're going to see a kind of roadblock no pun intended, to expanding battery production globally long before any of the aspirations for the level of EV penetration happens. That will lead to higher prices, not just for batteries, but higher prices for all the commodities that are made from copper and nickel and cobalt, the same minerals. So it's a very serious inflationary pressure on the broad economy, which is being underestimated and completely ignored.
Well, thank you very much. Mr. Walter, would you care to elaborate in terms of the company you work for as well as the association you work for and how the biofuels impact your industry?
Yes, so the C-store industry operates 120,000 locations offering motor fuels, but specifically, the environmental savings have been highlighted by Mr. Cooper. But in terms of sheets, since 2019, E15 sales have grown 92%, and since 2017, they've grown 300%. And that's really off the backdrop that ethanol is able to be procured cheaper than gasoline. And
the time of the gentleman has expired, but you may provide an answer in writing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Yes, sir. The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Lawson, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to you and the ranking member. This is a great meeting that we're having today. And also, I would like to just give a shout out to Congressman Austin for Georgia winning the national championship. He didn't want to talk about it last time, but this time around, as a proud alumnus of the University of Georgia, they finally were able to beat Alabama. As billions of dollars is have been made at the EVS, and the required infrastructure needs to sustain them, the U.S. must invest in workforce to meet the demands of the electrified future. This question is for all panelists. What type of academic programs and training are necessary to prepare for future workforce, and how can the industry partner with HBCUs to meet this demand?
I want to.
No, Josh, go ahead. No, go ahead, Josh.
Oh, sorry. Well, first of all, I think, we need to, in general, have more of a focus on, trade schools and kind of, jobs regarding manufacturing and really, supporting those as a career option. As far as auto workers being able to work, existing auto workers on electric vehicles, that's not something that's of major concern. Where workers are used to transitioning to vehicle, platform to platform. But really, we need a lot more when it comes to, encouraging people to work in manufacturing, and making them good jobs really helps. Thanks.
Anyone else on the panel?
Yes, sir. And we at GM are definitely making that same investment in terms of training and protecting our workforce. We have about 1.3 million years, 1.4 million years of collective experience, and not only sort of dealing with the entire vehicle that we have, that's an essential workforce. And looking at our initiatives long-term for training, we are definitely have that same focus as Josh mentioned in his response. And it is a partnership that is necessary for us to be able to bring our workforce along and make those opportunities available. And just another mode of personal privilege, also go Dogs. I'm from Atlanta.
Okay. Anyone else want to ask the next question?
I have one more thing to add, if I may.
Go ahead.
So some of the work that Southern Company has done, particularly with the University of Georgia, is developing an e-mobility certificate that will be housed in the College of Engineering, but it is cross-functional with aspects of public policy, from the business school, from public health, with the idea that electric transportation itself is a budding industry and it's growing, and you may need to know aspects of it in other jobs that you get. So, that's in flight now, but also in conversations with University System of Georgia, with our technical college system, I tend to break this out into three kind of big buckets: the infrastructure itself and understanding how that needs to be installed, vehicles and autonomy and what that means for the second piece, and the third piece would be on the corporate side. For example, if you work in a fleet electrification capacity for a large package delivery company, but you'll still need to understand how electric vehicles work and how those are different than maybe traditional fleet vehicles. So that's a big focus for us.
Okay, and I know that this next question, I'm trying to get it in, is that as we look across America and we see all of the hurricanes, tornadoes and stuff that have caused so much damage, and it's always sometimes weeks and so forth for electric utilities to back up. What type of relationship would this have on vehicles, especially in rural areas when electrification is down, and at the same time, people won't have transportation if we have more electric vehicles and not using any fossil fuels for them to get around? Have that been taken into consideration when you all are looking at getting more charging stations and so forth? Look at the recent tornado that we had and the devastation that it caused in Kentucky and other places.
Yes, that's actually a great question. I have a couple points on that. One being, if the power is out, yes, the electric vehicles will be at a bit of a disadvantage, but also gasoline vehicles will too, because pumps won't operate without electricity. However, one of the main thrusts of states as they're planning for the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act formula funding that's coming is putting together a statewide plan. Some states, such as Florida, have already published a statewide plan with hurricane evacuations and whatnot already in that plan as it relates to electric vehicles, and more states are doing that. Utilities are also doing that.
Thank you. The time of the gentleman has expired. The gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Frenstra, is recognized now for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Scott and Ranking Member Thompson. Supporting innovation that will create jobs at home and lower our emissions in the transportation sector is obviously all our goal. And in efforts to reach this vision, there are many steps that we need to take. However, I do want everyone to remember, and this is so critical, that the consumer dictates the demand for vehicle purchases, not government. And I think so often we put that cart before the horse. Electronic vehicles obviously represent one potential opportunity, but we should not let biofuels, carbon capture, and other technologies get swept under during this discussion. I believe accurate information is always necessary, factual information, to provide industry with the tools needed to innovate in this space. It's one of the reasons that I introduced the Cost Act, which would examine the cost of the life cycle of emissions of fully electrifying the federal fleet versus transitioning it to a flex fuels vehicle fleet. Mr. Mills, I appreciate your insights on the research challenges related to electric vehicles, carbon accounting. In your testimony that you noted that there are no reporting mechanisms or standards equivalent to the transparency with which petroleum is obtained, refined, and used. How may we establish reporting mechanisms or standards to perform this research, leading to more accurate information and a life cycle of carbon emissions?
Frank, thank you, Congressman. That's a challenge. I think the model we have might be in the mineral space. What you recall some years ago, concern about so-called conflict diamonds, knowing where diamonds came from and not from abusive labor practices. It's a very difficult issue because the industries, businesses, and the people who are engaged in mining the minerals, virtually all the minerals, are not under the jurisdiction of American firms, American legislators, regulators. So we could ask, and I think we should ask, manufacturers to be more transparent with the supply chain. Many of them are trying. Let me just give credit to companies like GM and Mercedes-Benz and others. They're making the attempt to document the supply chain where practices are abusive. It's very difficult. I think we just have to demand more. But same thing would be applying to where these things are being produced. The labor, to the point we heard earlier, the labor in the mining, the processing is all overseas. Assembling electric cars here is no different than assembling internal combustion engines here and having all the fuel and all the labor to make the fuel for gasoline overseas. That's exactly where we are with electric vehicles.
Yeah. Thank you so much for that answer, and I agree with you. My next question, many of the convenience stores in my district serve communities with populations of only a few hundred people. Most communities, it's the main area. It's the one store they have. And it's so important to me that these convenience stores continue their operations for years to come. Mr. Walter, do you have concerns for the viability of these local stores? And how can we ensure that these businesses continue to operate without undue burdens?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Congressman. I think, the C-store industry as a whole wants just a level playing field that is open, that is highly competitive. And, as you know, we serve our many customers every single day, millions across the country. And what we really want is an open level playing field with price discovery that is, apparent across the board. As I mentioned earlier, the fuel market is highly competitive. And today the EV market or the charging is very much opaque. And so, at the end of the day, we're here for our rural communities. We want to serve them, and we want to serve them with the lowest cost possible.
Yeah, thank you. And you're exactly right. I mean, every one of my communities, the convenience stores are a vital part and vital economic engine for our main streets. So thank you for those things. As we continue to discuss investments in cleaner transportation, we must avoid putting all our eggs in one basket. As I said before, this current administration put out a report projecting that 4 out of every 5 vehicles purchased by 2050 will still run on liquid fuels. And taxes of liquid fuels are paramount when you talk about maintaining our rural roads, and that's a whole nother discussion. To achieve our vision and reduce greenhouse gas emissions in transportation sector, we must also be looking at supporting biofuels by allowing year-round E15, supporting the deployment of carbon capture technologies, and considering a nationwide low-carbon fuel standard. And with that, I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Iowa, Ms. Axney, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Scott, and thank you to all of our witnesses for being here today and lending your expertise to another biofuels discussion. Just wanted to correct the record here. We did have a SEEK biofuels subcommittee hearing last November. So we have been addressing biofuels, and for me, it's a key priority. So glad we're here again. A little less than a year ago, this committee held its first hearing of the new Congress on the topic of climate change and the potentially devastating impact on agriculture and rural communities. And from, of course, increased uncertainty to unpredictability of weather patterns to more powerful storms like we've seen in Iowa with the derecho and floods, et cetera. Of course, many of our farmers are on the front lines dealing with the issues related to climate change. So within the transportation sector, which contributes the largest share of our nation's greenhouse gas emissions, we've got a couple of key tools here to reduce those emissions: electric vehicles and biofuels. And gosh darn it, if I didn't just find out today that the first electric vehicle was made by a Des Moines guy in Iowa a long, long time ago. I did a little bit of history there. So we've got some a history in that, Representative Feenstra, that I wasn't aware of. But as a new and promising technology, we know that electric vehicles have received a heck of a lot of attention lately, including significant funding in the bipartisan infrastructure law. So I'm looking forward to seeing how those investments build out necessary infrastructure for greater electric vehicle use, benefiting both urban and rural communities. However, the dire need for carbon reduction can't wait and be achieved when we have electric vehicles alone as the only option. And we can't wait for this to get to scale. We've got to capitalize on the carbon benefits possible today through the use of biofuels. And as was pointed out through Mr. Cooper's testimony, Americans will continue to consume hundreds of billions of gallons of liquid fuel for years to come. So if we're taking the climate crisis seriously, we have to replace as much of those gallons as possible with higher blends of biofuels. And thankfully, our farmers and biofuel producers are doing their jobs and providing billions of gallons of clean burning biofuels. In fact, your members have even committed to being net zero carbon footprint by 2050. So this is exciting. So my first question goes to you, Mr. Cooper. As you noted in your testimony, it's going to take some time, decades, for the vehicle fleet to convert to electric technologies, and some heavy-duty uses may never find an electric solution. So that's another reason to look at biofuels. So could you please expand on how biofuels will be able to make significant contributions to lower the carbon transportation sooner than electric vehicles?
I'm happy to, and thanks for the question, Congresswoman. And we agree completely. If the goal here is decarbonization, we've got to get started now. We cannot afford to wait decades for more electric vehicles to penetrate the light-duty vehicle fleet. And so we need a few things in order for that transition to really kickstart with biofuels. And one of those is more infrastructure. We can't, we can't allow consumers to capture the full benefits of low-carbon biofuels unless retailers are offering those fuels. And so we need to see more infrastructure in place that would allow for dispensers and storage tanks and other equipment compatible with these fuels. And that's why we've strongly supported your work to include some funding in the House-passed Build Back Better bill for biofuels infrastructure, nearly $1 billion. That's quite significant and would really help in this transition. But you're absolutely right. Corn ethanol today already offers a 50% greenhouse gas reduction. We have a lot of ethanol in the marketplace. In fact, the California Air Resources Board has certified that some ethanol is already 70% better than gasoline, and we're well on our way to net zero emissions for corn ethanol. So that transition is well underway, and we just need continued support to make sure that happens.
Thank you for that. And speaking of continued support, I want to move to another policy I'm working on. Question: earlier this week, the Supreme Court denied to review a district court decision last year that jeopardizes the ability for fuel retailers to provide year-round E15 for consumers. And so if we don't pass the bill that I've done along with Representative Angie Craig, the Year-Round Fuel Choice Act, and allow the sale of year-round E15, what are the consequences of this decision, both in terms of rural communities and carbon output?
Well, it would have a significant impact. We have already noted that transitioning to E15 would reduce emissions by about 20 million metric tons nationwide. And we've heard from retailers that say if they can't sell the fuel year-round, they're unlikely to offer it. So it is a huge barrier that needs to be resolved.
Thank you.
The time of the gentle lady has expired. Of course, feel free to respond in writing. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Jacobs, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question was for Mr. Strickland and Mr. Nasser is there issue that has been raised here in my community. I represent the outskirts of Buffalo, New York. We have, in my district, a Ford stamping plant, and just outside my district, a GM powertrain plant. Between the two of them, they employ well over 2,000 people, very good paying jobs. Been a staple of our industrial base for a long time, plus many, many suppliers. The old Harrison radiator plant, which is in Lockport, also has about 1,000 employees that supplies a lot of GM products. But in our area, due to the fact that I look across the Niagara River to Canada, that we've had a really robust and successful bi-national automotive manufacturing sector for years. NAFTA played a role in that. That was a very good part of the NAFTA, even though it was an imperfect trade deal. And both those plants rely very much on their proximity to Canada. The stamping plant stamps, and then they ship that up to Oakfield up in Ontario, where they add to that and it comes back down, and actually multiple trips back and forth into the production process. What I'm raising is a concern that has been highlighted in the Build Back Better plan, Build Back Better Act, that would provide the 12,500 electric incentive credit, and that it is only for American-made cars. And there's a concern that this would be harmful to these manufacturers up here, which rely so strongly on a binational model. There's also been concerns raised that this may be a violation of the new USMCA, which I'm very concerned by because of the fact that we are trying to remedy some of the problems that we've had with Canada not adhering to reducing the dairy tariffs that are in the USMCA. Anyway, we all support green energy. We all support the movement to have added mix of electric cars, but it's very important to do that in a way that is not harmful to our employees and the significant employers that have been really part of the automotive manufacturing fabric in this community for so long. So if there's any comment on how we can do this to make sure that policies are not harmful to the employees and employers in a region like ours, which is a real binational region.
I'm happy to answer. Thank you for that question. Well, a few things. First of all, the provision that you're talking about, it would be in 5 years, not allowing imported EVs to get tax credits. So we very much agree that the supply chain work between Canada and the U.S. And in your region, other areas, is really important to maintain. And that's agree with you on that. I think the whole thing though is that, first of all, as we've talked about, EVs are they're 4% of sales. They're about 2% or less of the cars on the road. So I think we need to take a deep breath and put things in perspective a little bit. Second of all, it's in 5 years. So, there is time if it were to become law to try to work on some of these trade issues. But I think the other thing that we need to look at is, do we want to subsidize, floods of EVs coming from China, from Mexico, from all over the place with U.S. taxpayer dollars? Our position at UAW is we don't think that's prudent. We think that we should focus U.S. taxpayer dollars on promoting U.S. manufacturing. So, one last thing, the EV tax credit stuff that there's an extra bonus for batteries made in the U.S. But besides that, it's not a content related provision. So the supply chain impacts, should we need to keep that in mind when we're analyzing it.
Thank you. Okay.
Does the gentleman yield back?
I just to conclude, I just wanted to say that I understand and agree completely about flooding from China, a product. I would say that I differentiate a bit between Canada and Mexico were part of the USMCA, and that part of that agreement was to make sure the wages are significantly raised.
The time of the gentleman
if they are to participate.
has expired, and the witness may respond in writing. Thank you very much. And now, I recognize the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Schreier, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to all of our witnesses. I've listened carefully to all of your comments and find this a very interesting discussion. I'm really happy that we're discussing electric vehicles and their role in rural America, because this topic has come up several times in recent weeks as I've been out and about in my district. The first discussion was a bit of an eye roll by a farmer explaining that the economics of running a farm are so tight right now between labor and feeling squeezed by buyers that the notion of investing in an electric tractor or electric semi was just not a realistic one. The second was a discussion with wheat farmers who told me that because of economics, they generally buy used trucks. They have their own semis and would be in no position to buy an electric semi. The third was interesting. It was actually a fruit farmer in my district who has made the investment and ordered a Tesla semi. And he sees that the country is headed in this direction. He made some calculations and determined that he'll save enough in diesel costs and truck maintenance to make up some of the expense. And he also expects that he'll be able to do something previously unheard of, which is back the truck right into the warehouse for loading, which will streamline the process, save a step, save time and money. And you can't do that with a diesel truck. And then the last conversation was actually with Puget Sound Energy. And we were talking about what it takes to site electric vehicle charging stations, everything from paying rent on the parking spaces to siting transmission lines and installing transformers and payment systems. And it's really complex and, as one of our witnesses pointed out, really expensive. In fact, Mr. Mills, you noted that. I'd also like to acknowledge Mr. Mills' comments about personal electric vehicles in rural America and some potential challenges, including power outages. And so today I'd like to focus more on the electrification of semis and medium and heavy duty trucks, which make up just 5% of vehicles in the country, but contribute 25% of vehicle greenhouse gas emissions, and I believe 70% of particulate pollution. So this in rural America is really where we get the most bang for the buck. So Mr. Strickland and Mr. Wood, I want to get to you with questions about charging infrastructure. In the city of Wenatchee, that's in my district, Apple capital of the world, they invested in an electric bus system with an inductive charging system, which is amazing. The bus can come by, drive over this thing, charge up in 5 minutes and get going again. And I would imagine that's the kind of thing we're going to need for electric semis. So Mr. Wood, do you have an opinion based on your experience about what the smartest way is to develop charging infrastructure for buses and these semis and heavy medium duty trucks?
Thank you for the question. So what we've done at Southern Company thus far, especially to your question around electrification of medium and heavy duty vehicles, the first thing we did was look at our footprint across Georgia, Alabama, and Mississippi and mapped out, for example, in the case of fleet electrification, where our warehouses are, and which are often in rural areas with access to interstates. But if you think of a warehouse, it may have air conditioning and lighting for a small office space, for example, but not for the amount of energy that 50 trucks need to show up outside and charge, for example. So our first action really was looking at our electric grid and seeing where we have excess capacity, where we have maybe some constraints, or we may need to do some additional upgrading to figure out how we can assist customers at step one. Beyond that, there are challenges at each area, each depot, depending on the amount of vehicles, how it needs to electrify, what the end result or end goals of that customer are. So to my earlier comment of involving the utility early, that's how I guess the smartest way to start is to make sure that you engage that conversation up front so that utilities can start to respond and understand what the implications are in that particular area for the grid. Beyond that, there are some interesting technologies. We have the Ray down in southwest Georgia. Allie Kelly is the executive director, where she is investigating inductive charging, that exact thing. So it is definitely a technology that's up and coming. And while more work is needed, it's definitely an interesting concept, and I'll be happy to connect you with Allie if you'd like.
Topic with my limited time, Mr. Strickland. I'm wondering, since you are dealing with fleets of electric vehicles with FedEx, for example, is there a way to have the same kind of charging infrastructure that would apply to fleets of delivery vehicles and semi trucks and buses?
Representative, will certainly get back my group of very talented engineers and battery planners are probably better positioned to answer that than I. But our work with Bright Drop on our commercial vehicle side, thinking about how we provide.
The time of the gentle lady has expired, but please do respond in writing to her inquiry. And now the gentle lady from Minnesota, Ms. Fishbach, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Chairman, I do appreciate a lot of the discussion or the comments that have been made regarding the biofuels, but I'm still not sure quite what to make about the hearing. The hearing comes after the majority has pushed through the partisan $2 trillion dollar package that picks the winners in the EVs at the expense of my district's farmers and biofuel producers. Now we're here today and we're exploring whether this investment would work for rural America. And despite my colleagues already have picked a side, And Mr. Chairman, I would like to insert for the record the article from Wanda Patchy, a farmer in southern Minnesota, about what an EV mandate would mean for their livelihoods and the economic lifeblood of my state. So,
Without objection.
thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with Mr. Cooper that liquid fuels are still here to stay, but because of that, biofuels will play an important role in reducing carbon emissions. Unfortunately, President Biden's Build Back Better Act doesn't agree, providing more than 15 times the amount of EV incentives than for biofuels. Even further, I also saw the reports this morning that President Biden may be considering going back on their promise to producers in my district for annual biofuels volumes in fiscal year 2022. I can't help but see a trend of what the future holds for the biofuels industry that is so important in my state of Minnesota. And there have been some comments about the credits that were included in the Build Back Better, but I would like to ask Mr. Strickland and Mr. Loffridge about the recently passed Build Back Better, which all of my colleagues on the other side voted for. It did provide several credits for the purchase of electric vehicles and plug-in or hybrid vehicles. Are you aware of any similar credits for flex fuel vehicles that were included in the BBB that we passed recently?
Representative, I am aware clearly of the electric vehicle credits, but I'm not as closely tied to BBB. I'll get back to you on that, but I'm not aware of it at this point.
Thank you, Congresswoman. I'm not strictly aware of the exact credits, but I do know we consider that everything should be a level playing field. And to achieve that widespread EV adoption, we really need to be looking at how that affects everyone equally. So to me, I think it goes to the broad application of EV tax credits, but it should be a level playing field.
Well, 15 times more the investment doesn't seem like a level playing field. But Mr. Cooper, could you respond to that same question?
I'd be happy to, Congresswoman. And again, I'm going to sound like a broken record here, but if the goal is to reduce carbon emissions from transportation, we ought not be picking technology winners and losers. And we really should be incentivizing the behavior to reduce emissions without regard to what fuels and vehicles are doing that. And then step back out of the way and let the market determine what the lowest cost, most economic way of reducing emissions is. We believe it is through flex fuel vehicles in the near term. When you put corn ethanol, 85% ethanol blended into an FFV, you are getting a significant reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. You're correct, there was no incentive included in the Build Back Better plan for flex fuel vehicles. We were optimistic when a bill was introduced in the Senate last year by Senators Klobuchar and Ernst that would have created a flex fuel vehicle credit. Unfortunately, that was not included in either the infrastructure plan or Build Back Better. So we're hoping that can be picked back up this year.
And Mr. Cooper, just finally, I just have a few more seconds, but are you aware of any statements or inclinations from the Biden administration that they would support these same incentives be extended to vehicles that use higher blends of biofuels?
I'm not aware of really the administration's position on FFVs at this point. We know there are also things EPA can do through its fuel economy or actually its tailpipe emission standards to help incentivize FFV production. That's what led to the 22 million FFVs we have on the road today was the EPA and NHTSA standards. Those credits are no longer available to automakers, and so yes, EPA plays a role in this as well, and would love to see those CAFE credits restored for flex fuel vehicles.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper. And with that, I yield back, Mr. Chair.
The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Bishop, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to certainly thank you for for holding this hearing and for your leadership on these pivotal issues that are so timely. And I want to thank you also for the breadth of and the broad scope of the witnesses that are here to talk about it, because there are definitely pros and cons on this issue, and I think it's important for the committee to hear all sides of this because it's so very, very important. Let me go to an area. Many of the questions that I had have been asked over the past couple of hours, but I want to deal with the utility company rate structure issue. Because energy demand, and let me direct this to Mr. Wood from the Southern Company, since energy demand is much lower at night, some of the utility companies reduce their electricity rates at that time. But transmission to electric vehicles will lead to a significant long-term increase in the demand for electricity. How do you anticipate that this load growth will impact electricity rates? Should rural customers, especially those who don't own electric vehicles, should they be concerned that their utility rates will go up higher even though they're not utilizing the electric vehicles to the same extent? And does the Southern Company, or do you think others similarly situated to the Southern Company, will support the creation of a new rate structure, such as real-time pricing or time of use rates to impact customer behavior?
Thank you, Congressman, for the question. So Georgia Power actually already offers a time of use EV charging rate for 1 cent per kilowatt hour from 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. incentive for EV charging, and that's a whole house rate, so it's not sub-metered. So you can theoretically wash your clothes and run your dishwasher at the same time. And that's a time of use rate, so the rest of the time is off-peak except for 2 p.m. to 7 p.m. in the afternoon. Similarly, Alabama Power also offers an EV charging rate for residential and also for public fast charging and business electric vehicle rate that eliminates demand charges that we think will be helpful for the convenience store industry as we've had continuing dialogue with them. And those are happening already today. So I guess in answer to your question, I don't look at it as a future issue. I think it's a today issue, and utilities are already navigating through that, especially considering this will be an incremental adoption of electric vehicles. I think we have plenty of time to have the dialogue and to see what the impacts will be. But to date, we haven't seen that.
Thank you very much for that. Let me go to Mr. Walter regarding some of the fuel retailer incentives. I think you indicated in your testimony that one of the major factors deterring consumers from transitioning to electric vehicles is concern about where they will or won't be able to refuel. And it seems that people will continue to get their car's energy, whether it's diesel, biofuel, or electricity, from refilling stations, and especially so if they don't have access to a charging station at their residence. With fuel retailers being such an essential piece of the puzzle to help increase the adoption of electric vehicles, let me ask you if you can give us a sense of the size of your industry, how many charging stations your industry might have the capacity to provide if the right incentives were there. And could you just touch a little bit more on how we can incentivize the fuel retailers and the convenience stores to invest in new technology, and how we ensure that those incentives flow to our rural communities?
Thank you, Congressman. As I mentioned before, we have 150,000 constituents and 120,000 of them selling motor fuels today. I don't have the exact count of how many offer EV chargers today, but I can tell you at Sheet specifically, we have 78 locations that offer EV charging, which represents around 12% of our overall store portfolio. And what we really need is a clear economics around what it takes to provide energy to consumers through their ability to charge, and them to have a guaranteed rate of what they will be charged at a convenience store like ours. If you look across the platform for our industry, there's widespread prices on the pylon that clearly tell you and state what the price of fuel is on any given day. That does not exist today for EV charging. And while we note that the growth...
The time of the gentleman has expired, unfortunately. But please respond in writing to Mr. Bishop. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The gentlewoman from Maine, Ms. Pingree, is recognized now for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much to all of our witnesses. You've been here with us for a long time, and I appreciate the time you've taken with us and your ability to describe this from your perspective. I just want to say a couple of things before I ask my questions. I come from Maine. I come from one of the most rural districts. Even though we tend to think about rural districts being somewhere else in the country, I represent a lot of farmers and fishermen. And I have many conversations with people who drive Ford, GMC, Chevrolet trucks, virtually everybody does in my community, who can't wait to have the opportunity to have an electric truck. They can't wait to be done with the maintenance. They can't wait to have these changes and opportunities and see some of the new trucks coming off the line as having all the power they need to, whether it's pulling a trailer or putting a big load on, or using it at a job site for a generator. I mean, we keep talking about these in a negative way, as if people are running in the opposite direction. I know there are affordability issues. I know we want to make sure that our electricity comes from renewable fuel. But these are going to be a great opportunity in rural America. I also know that to the extent that people have the opportunity to put solar panels on their houses because of the reduced cost of solar power and the credits available, people are anxious to stop having to pay their utility bills and be able to pull their truck in, use their solar power, and power their trucks that way and be independent in that way. So, well, we keep talking about this in a negative light, but I think it's important to think about the great opportunities this offers up, the opportunities for agricultural equipment, as we discussed a little bit, precision agriculture, some of those opportunities. And also even on the convenience store side, I was glad to hear Mr. Bishop's questions and appreciate your response on those. But frankly, when you have to plug in your electric car at a convenience store around the road, you have just that much more time to stop in, get some food, do a little shopping. I think it's a great market opportunity for them as well. And I understand some of the challenges about understanding what the pricing will be and getting some uniformity in what is a very new technology, really, of these plug-in stations. And I know they need to be, there need to be some different standards, but that's why we're making these investments now, so there can be uniformity and availability. And frankly, I'm just very excited about what we have in front of us. And really, thank you all for lending your thoughts to that. Mr. Nassar, you have spoken about this a little bit, and in your testimony, you talked about the three-pronged approach to ensure competitiveness in electric vehicles and the infrastructure. And you sort of talked about the importance of the fact that we've already passed the bipartisan infrastructure bill, but also how it fits in with the Build Back Better bill and why that will make a big difference. Do you mind just talking a little bit more about that?
Sure. So the new law, it does have the funds for infrastructure, EV, some funding for EV infrastructure, and also for incentivizing electric buses, and it also includes some funds for helping through DOE funds, helping plants upgrade and change to be able to have more efficient products, basically. But it didn't address anything about consumer incentives and consumer price, and that's going to be a big part of it. And also more needs to be done on the, what I would say, the supply side. So basically those things to really make sure that the battery production is here. So we don't have all three prongs in play, to put it bluntly. So
great, thank you, and I appreciate that, because we do want all of that, those jobs to be in America and that manufacturing capacity to be here. Mr. Strickland, thank you so much, and we love seeing the beautiful pickup truck behind you there. I hope that's on the road soon. You talked a little bit about, or I guess it was in your testimony, about GM being interested in leveraging some of the USDA programs to support EV charging structure. And I know there already been a question or two about that, but do you have any specific programs in mind? And can you talk about how that might help to fill the gap, since that is, some of the work of our committee?
I can definitely make sure that my team will come out with the specifics about USDA, but I know the Rural Electrification Program grants I don't know which part of USDA it's in. I think it could be something that definitely helps leveraging. But more importantly, I think having the advice and the expertise of USDA and sort of dealing with rural communities and being able to help identify parts and places where we can think about laying out an infrastructure is very important. But we'll certainly get back to you in writing in terms of where we see those opportunities within USDA that we can leverage.
Perfect timing. I'll yield back the rest of my time as I am out of time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The gentleman from California, Mr. Garbahall, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity, and thank you to all the witnesses here today. Climate change certainly poses an immense threat, and we must invest in renewable energy infrastructure, obviously, to protect our planet. Electric vehicles are an important part of modernizing our transportation sector. EVs, not only does this transformation benefit the environment, but it also significantly benefits the economy. Mr. Wood, the bipartisan infrastructure law will fund 500,000 EV charging stations across the country to reduce emissions. Can you discuss how EVs and EV infrastructure will translate into jobs, workforce development in different parts of the country?
Thank you for the question. So as we think about the entire supply chain around EV infrastructure and even the vehicles themselves, of the components that it takes to make each of the pieces of the infrastructure or the vehicles, if you think about manufacturing plants, there's a supply chain that rolls into each of those, and there's a distributed supply chain beyond the product that you see. So as we gain momentum, as we roll out more infrastructure, as we have a demand for increased charging, for increased materials like wire conduit that will supply the electricity, for example, for vehicles that need to use that charging, it will naturally be a rising tide lifts all boats in that regard of more jobs, but it's also around workforce development, specialized training, people that understand this technology, how it works. For example, battery chemistry, what the next iteration of batteries look like. All of that will come as this charging gets rolled out and demand increases.
Thank you. In addition to the possibilities that EVs present, renewable natural gas, RNG, is a naturally occurring biomethane that can be captured during production at dairies, poultry operations, and hog farms. When cleaned up, it can be put into existing natural gas infrastructure and used as a carbon neutral or carbon negative transportation fuel. In 2020, California fleets fueled with California-produced RNG were carbon negative. Capturing RNG can address a couple of different issues. It captures harmful emissions from farms while providing a clean transportation fuel available to rural America today. What role do you see for RNG in providing clean fuels for rural America?
So as part of my work with Georgia Clean Cities, we talk a lot about carbon intensity and the alternatives. So as we think about electrification, and yes, I know that's where our focus is today, sometimes there's not an electric alternative for a particular duty cycle or a piece of equipment. In that case, sometimes it may make more sense to convert from gasoline or diesel to natural gas, for example, if there's that equipment available. And that's a switch that can be made today versus waiting for a new piece of equipment 2, 3, 4, 5 years out. So I think there's definitely a role for RNG to play. It's a role that can be played today as we move forward with the public policy goal in mind of reducing carbon emissions.
Thank you very much. Madam Chair, I yield back. Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlelady from Illinois, Mrs. Miller, is recognized for 5 minutes. Ms. Miller, you may need to unmute.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and witnesses. I cannot embrace President Biden's radical Green New Deal agenda that forces American taxpayers to pay for electric vehicle infrastructure at a time when our farm families are struggling to heat their homes. High electricity demand breeds high stress on our power grid, as Californians and Texans have found out with rolling blackouts and calls to reduce energy consumption. I cannot embrace this agenda which is a taxpayer-funded handout to China. A typical electric vehicle needs 6 times the mineral inputs as manufacturing a conventional car, according to the International Energy Agency. The vast majority of these minerals are mined in China with very low standards in labor and environmental protections. The Biden administration's environmental agenda also ignores the global context of climate change. China emits twice as much as America. It is unfair to force American taxpayers to subsidize electric vehicle infrastructure for what seems to be President Biden's top 2 priorities, punishing rural America and helping China. We have to hold China accountable, which is why I'm introducing my bill today to ban Chinese purchases of our agricultural land. And with that, I have a question for Mr. Mills. Mr. Mills, rare earth elements are considered critical to modern batteries and electronics, yet United States is almost wholly dependent on China to supply our factories with these critical minerals. Just a few years ago, there was a real palatable concern that China would use its control of rare earth element production to further its geopolitical aims by restricting the export to the United States. If that happens, how would we build batteries, solar cells, wind turbines, and all the other tools of modern life? So is rare earth mining more environmentally damaging than mining for other materials?
Does the general lady yield back? You.
Well, did Mr. Mills, could he answer my question?
Oh, Mr. Mills, did you hear the question?
Maybe I ran into it too fast.
Mr. Mills is no longer on camera.
He's on. Mr. Mills, you may want to unmute.
Ask if there is anybody that on the panel that would like to address the question.
Is there anybody on the panel that might want to pinch hit? Well, thank you. General Lady, you have 2 minutes remaining. Do you yield back?
Does Mr. Mills not want to answer that question?
We have not been able to locate him on the panel.
Oh.
Mr.
Okay, well,
Mills,
then I yield back. Thank
perhaps
you.
he has slipped off. Thank you. And now we recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Costa, who is also the chairman of the Subcommittee on Livestock and Foreign Agriculture, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for this good hearing that we are having today and the diversity of witnesses. And I must once again congratulate you on national championship. It certainly has been a good year for Georgia, not only with the Braves, but also with the Bulldogs. And since we have Bulldogs out in California at Fresno State, I'm happy to cheer you folks on. I want to try to focus on the big picture here. Mr. Strickland, I was in a meeting with one of your primary competitors, another major automotive company there in Detroit, that sets goals for 2030 of over the majority of their automotive production would be electrical vehicles. What similar goals do you have beyond the Bolt and some of the other vehicles you're producing now as General Motors looks at the next 10, 15 years of automobile production?
Yes, sir. We have 20 electric vehicles across our entire sales line that we're going to be introducing over the window where we're going to be fully electric by 2035. We are planning on selling 1 million electric vehicles by 2025. So we are very much fully invested. We are very much all in, and we align with the president.
Yeah, no, I think it's important to put that in perspective because General Motors, Ford Motor Company, the major automotive manufacturers, not only here, but in Europe, all have similar targeted goals, it appears to me, as we're trying to look at how we go through this transition. Mr. Cooper, because we're talking here about electrical vehicles, but you talked in a comment earlier about being neutral as it relates to reducing carbon footprints in terms of choice of fuels. Would you care to comment in terms of what role hydrogen, and there was a mention earlier by my colleague from California about what we're doing in dairy and other products. We have turnkey operations on methane production today that are very successful economically. But what role other fuels may have as we make this transition?
Absolutely, and thank you for the question, Congressman. And we think right there in California, you have an excellent example of what can happen when you put a policy signal out to reduce carbon emissions. And with the low carbon fuel standard in California, the response you've seen from the marketplace is a combination of low carbon fuels that have increased their presence in the market to achieve the reduction goals of the program. The same thing could happen at the national level with a similar type program. And you're right, renewable natural gas has made a significant contribution to meeting the objectives of the LCFS in California, not only as a transportation fuel itself, as was mentioned earlier, but also as a process fuel to make ethanol and other biofuels. There are some ethanol plants in California that have invested in taking, capturing methane from dairies, digesting it and using it to replace natural gas as
what
they
do you
make.
think about hydrogen?
And we think hydrogen is another phenomenal opportunity for ethanol. Ethanol is a hydrogen-rich molecule. It's an excellent carrier of hydrogen, and we think ethanol could be a major source for fuel cell electric vehicles further down the road.
My time's running out here, but I want to get a perspective here with the $7.5 billion for the bipartisan infrastructure package on EV charging stations. And we look at rural America that I've grown up on, and I think back to our family's farming operation. When we talk about EV connections, members of my family and friends already have EV vehicles. They charge them at home. Our farming operation, we had 2 gas pumps, regular and premium, and we had a separate diesel tank. For a lot of our ag producers in my area, they're going to set up their own separate refueling methods for tractors and for other equipments that they're going to need to use. My time is running out, but I'd like to see how we break this down in terms of American agriculture doing its part.
Gentleman's time has expired. And now I recognize the gentlelady from Louisiana, Miss Ludlow, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Scott, and thank you to all the witnesses for your participation today in discussing the implications of electric vehicle investments on agriculture and rural America. The 5th District of Louisiana is the definition of rural America. Agriculture and small businesses play an essential role in the local economies that serve the residents of our rural communities. In addition, the oil and natural gas industries is one of the leading industries in the state of Louisiana in terms of economic impact, taxes paid, and people employed. According to a 2020 report, the industry provided $73 billion to the state GDP and supported 249,800 jobs in 2019. However, the Louisiana Department of Natural Resources recently estimated that the state lost 12,256 oil and gas industry jobs between March 1, 2020 and November 15, 2021. In my opinion, that is a substantial reduction to a sector that is so vital to our state's economy. Mr. Mills, as members of the House Agriculture Committee, we often remind the public that the United States is the global leader in producing affordable and abundant food, fiber, and energy in a sustainable way. How could this administration's top-down approach on policies upend our manufacturing, energy, and agriculture industries? Specifically, do you see premature investment in electric vehicles increasing costs and impacting jobs for our rural residents and lower-income households?
Well, thank you, Congresswoman. I think the problem is we have what amounts to an almost unserious examination of the whole fuel cycle. And I'll come back, sound like a broken record on this, but America's mining industry is rural. America's oil and gas industry is rural. Its food industry is rural. These are rural industries. We have provided for several decades massive disincentives to the mining industry. So all the mining jobs and all the chemical processing jobs, which would otherwise be rural, that will be needed to make the battery cells, to assemble vehicles here, are going to be overseas. That they're already overseas, we're going to increase them overseas. We are a net exporter of food, as you know, in America. We are also a net exporter of hydrocarbon fuels. So that goes away as we provide disincentives for that industry. It'd be almost like disincentivizing the entire agriculture industry and providing incentives to bakers, but importing all our wheat and banning wheat production in America. This is the path we're on with EVs. I think EVs are great. There's a phenomenal technology. GM's product's wonderful. Ford's product's wonderful. They still don't have the functionality of a gasoline-powered vehicle for most of the uses that they're put to in rural America. So it's a very odd asymmetry and a lack of recognition of the profound advantaging of other countries' industries over ours with these mandates that are being created here.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mills. Mr. Walter, one of the principles in your testimony is to ensure fair treatment so all households are not forced to subsidize alternative energy users. Can you expand on this principle? Who pays for charging stations in rural communities, and why does it matter?
In today's world, charging stations can be subsidized through utilities and the like. We in the convenience store industry, we are really focused on pricing and products at a fair market price. We sell commodities across the board. And that's really, if I could just speak to E15 briefly, we've undercut or priced E15 versus 87, a regular grade gasoline, by 20 to 25 cents across the industry. And we do so at a time while that brings on cost savings to the consumer. But in today's world, EV charging per se is being subsidized at a state level and a national level. And we have not found EV charging implementation as an organization to be profitable at this time. And so really, there's a lot more work that needs to be done till you can find an adequate return on invested capital in the space.
Thank you so much, the witnesses. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlewoman from New Hampshire, Mrs. Custer, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you again for hosting this important hearing. The transportation sector is the #1 source of carbon emissions in the United States. And as we decarbonize our electric grid, transitioning to electric vehicles will help our country reduce carbon emissions and harmful pollutants and thereby save our planet. To support electric vehicles, we need to build out a robust network of charging stations around the country, including in rural areas. These charging stations can be isolated. Urban areas need to, these are rural communities charging so that people who live there can experience the benefits of electric vehicles. And I district is very important for our poor, lower mids, and that visitors can feel confident to and spend their dollars in rural communities. So in short, we must ensure that rural Americans have just as much incentive to buy EVs as Americans living in cities and suburbs. But one of the main challenges to building out public electric vehicle charging infrastructure are demand charges.
Demand charges are a monthly fee. You pay to the electric utility in order to maintain the infrastructure needed for the power to reach your house or building. And these demand charges are one way for utilities to recoup the cost they incur to maintain an electric system necessary to meet peak demand. However, many utilities have yet to adjust electric rates to ensure that demand charges levied against electric vehicle charging infrastructure accurately reflect the costs chargers impose on the electric system. And this means electric vehicle charging service providers pay more for electricity than they should. As a result, high costs must either be passed along to consumers or eaten by charging service operators pay more for electric vehicle charging than they respective at its gas stations that include electric vehicle charging infrastructure. Can you explain to the committee how high demand charges impact this space for having electric, especially in rural communities?
Mr. Custer, you may want to repeat the person who's you're referring to.
I'm sorry. Speaking, I apologize. I'm having trouble with my connection. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Chairman?
Who did you direct your question to?
Mr. Walter.
Mr. Walter.
Purchase.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Congresswoman. I mean, first and foremost, Americans are not going to put up with surprise fluctuations in the cost of energy at a retail location like ourselves, unless there's clear price discovery that exists. Essentially, price gouging or peak demand charges could negatively affect the consumer in many ways, and also potentially attract the authorities for passing on elevated costs. So we're really not in a position to be able to pass on direct costs to consumers in today's environment. And I would liken it back to events where we have hurricanes, whereby we're not able to raise the price of retail fuel, even though the physical product might be increasing at price in the physical markets. There's many laws that on state of emergencies that are put forth that prohibit us from doing so. And then one last thing, in terms of some of these environmental concerns around national disasters, our industry is one of the first to come back online. We have backup generators in place with fuel to bring our industry back if and when possible.
Thank you. Ms. Custer? We hear Ms. Custer is having difficulty, and so now we will hear from the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Cloud, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. I appreciate it. And just one quick question right off the top. Mr. Nasser, you mentioned that people should be free to choose to join a union, and I appreciate that. Would you agree that membership to a union should not be mandated?
No. I think that if you're benefiting from a collective bargaining contract, you should be part of the organization, just like most other systems and organizations.
So when you said people should be free to choose, you didn't really mean people should be free to choose?
No, I didn't mean that. What I meant was in the beginning about whether to decide whether joining you or not. In 90% of organizing drives, there's these captive audience meetings where employers daily lecture workers about the fact about all the dangers of joining.
It's a yes or no question. I got a lot of ground to cover. But do you know how much the price of automobiles has gone up the last year?
I don't know precisely, no.
It's about 11% for new cars, 38% for used cars. Food has gone up about 6% as the official stat. When I talk to people, they'll say it's more like 30 or 40% what they're experiencing at the grocery store. Energy costs has gone up 30%. And, frankly, I'm a techie kind of guy. I appreciate this discussion on electric cars, but the discussion seems a little bit like we're putting the cart before the horse, to use an agricultural reference for the moment that we're in. And just to kind of bring this discussion into a little bit of context, I want to read this from the 2005, the Director of National Intelligence published a report, and it said this: in terms of size, speed, and directional flow, the transfer of global wealth and economic power now underway, roughly from west to east, is without precedent in modern history. This shift derives from two sources. First of all, increases of oil and commodity prices have generated windfall profits for the Gulf states and Russia. Second, lower costs combined with government policies have shifted the locus of manufacturing and some services to Asia. And so right now we are in an unprecedented shift where everything that the American worker is working for has been shifting overseas in terms of economic influence and in terms of wealth and prosperity. And we're having this discussion. You know, it's notable that when we have reduced energy exports here in the United States, what we don't see is other nations going green. What we see them doing is buying oil and gas from people who produce it much less responsibly. And so one thing you mentioned was that China's ahead of us in electric vehicle technology. And that we're not going to be able to export our way into it. We're certainly not going to be able to import our way out of it as well when it comes to us being reliant on their rare earth minerals. They are also ahead of us in hypersonic missiles at the moment. They are also ahead of us when it comes to producing coal. And so a lot of what we're talking about has to do with us being reliant on China more. Meanwhile, they're producing more coal plants each and every year to make us have to meet the stated goals of the policy we're talking about today. And I also find it interesting that right now California is asking people not to charge their electrical cars just to keep up with the electric shortage. Meanwhile, we're talking about putting much more of a tax upon that. A couple more points. I'd point out that, you know, we used to produce ag products emissions free, and it's the technology that we brought to scale with each successive generation that has allowed us to come to this point in history where we're, you know, for the first time actually producing more food than the world needs. Now we have some infrastructure issues in getting that food to where it needs to go, obviously, and some geopolitical barriers and such, but it's the technology that's been brought to bear that's helping us to meet that need and to bring food to an affordable level. And right now we see such a demand on the American household right now. And then what's proposed right now is this $12,500 credit for electrical cars. So we're saying we're going to take money for the American people so that we can give it back to them after a modest federal bureaucracy handling fee to purchase electric vehicles. And so I'm all for the free market. I think they're cool. I hope to one day have one. But it's important that we look at these discussions in the proper context, and certainly that we don't play into China's hands when it comes to this messaging that they are trying to get us to buy into it. Mr. Mills.
The gentleman's time has expired, unfortunately. However, please, you can respond in writing. And now we recognize the gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Gamak, recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Chairman Scott, Ranking Member Thompson. And first, I'd like to associate myself with the comments and remarks from my colleagues, Representative Cloud, as well as earlier Representative Allen. We are dealing with very serious supply chain crises all around the country. And Representative Allen hit the nail on the head earlier, talking about how here in Washington, D.C., we have empty grocery store shelves. And so while this is an important topic, I think there are far more pressing items in the face of what we are experiencing with historic record-breaking inflation. But I'll jump right into it. I know several of these topics have already been covered, and I'm going to direct this to Mr. Mills to bring it back to the farmer for a minute. Our farm equipment needs to function in all weather conditions, which can be a challenge in Florida's climate. EV batteries experience difficulties in extreme cold and heat, drastically reducing range and serving as a fire hazard in inclement weather and flood water. Florida, on average, we get about 56 inches of rain a year, and that's without a hurricane, and we know we're prone to those. And we're seeing that EV vehicles, such as transit buses, often rely on auxiliary heat and power systems, resulting in unintended emissions. So, Mr. Mills, rather than hoping that a battery works in warm or cold temperatures or relying on polluting auxiliary systems, doesn't it make sense or more sense to explore other forms of energy like the capture of farm emissions and use them in renewable natural gas powered vehicles?
Well, Congressman, thank you. I think the short answer is yes. If I elaborate slightly by pointing out that I'm actually very optimistic about the progress that we made in solving some of the problems that you described for batteries. I was an interim CEO of a large format lithium battery factory, fairly familiar with where the technology is going. I'll just repeat a point I made in my original testimony. The real challenge, especially for big vehicles, trucks and farm vehicles, is the charging, the time it takes to charge and the cost of the charging systems. A supercharger, the kind that Sheetz would like to install, they're about $50,000 each, more than double the cost of a gasoline pump. Those aren't good enough for charging quickly, say a deer-sized combine. There'll be $100,000 kind of costs for the charger to charge these multi-megawatt level of systems that are required to do reasonably fast charging. So it's fundamentally, and I hate to use the word, but I'll use the word convenience problem. Convenience is more than convenience when it comes to rural America. It's an operational lifestyle. So these are non-trivial barriers, will take a very long time to solve and cost a lot of money.
Well, and I appreciate that. And you just mentioned, in your experience as CEO and dealing with lithium batteries, we take a little bit more of a broader geostrategic look at things. This all relies heavily on foreign suppliers to make this initiative work. And so we know in the United States, especially under this administration, mining has become a extraordinarily overregulated industry and has created some very, very tough situations for folks as we try to reassert our independence on multiple fronts. Now, especially in places with lax regulations, like China, for example, that can cause severe environmental degradation. And I would argue that no one does this safer, better, more efficiently than the United States. Yet it seems that we are exporting our dirty work to places like China in the name of green energy. Would you agree?
That's exactly what we're doing. We're exporting the carbon dioxide emissions, we're exporting the jobs, and we're exporting the revenues. And we're subject to the vicissitudes of the commodity market prices from other players. Just repeat a fact that I put in my testimony, that 60 to 70% of the cost to make a battery for a car or a truck is the cost of the commodities. We don't control that because it's all foreign markets, foreign revenues, and foreign politics, frankly.
Thank you, Mr. Mills. Now, Mr. Strickland, I'm going to redirect to you and very quickly. As a growing purchasers of many of these foreign source commodities, what steps is GM taking to ensure America's desire to make it like better here doesn't result in environmental catastrophe over there? What steps are y'all taking?
Well, we are working on our battery chemistry so that we have 70% reduction in cobalt. As one example, we are members of the Institute for Responsible Mining Assurance, which is another element to make sure that our partners in our supply chain basically aligned to act with integrity and with safety. And also, we are working right now in California and Salton Sea to be able to access supplies of lithium. So we recognize the fact that we have to have great jobs here. We have to make sure that we are not dependent on these foreign sources, and we're working very hard to achieve that goal.
Thank you. My time has expired. I yield back.
Thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are approaching the end of this fantastic hearing. Let me just say how much we all appreciate this. Each of you have opened our eyes and our minds to much of what we were only dimly aware when it comes to this issue of making sure that we have electric vehicles for everyone, especially in our rural communities, which have, for so many situations, been unfortunately left behind. We will not, we must not, and we cannot do with them the way we've been doing in bringing rural broadband. But thank God we've got about $68 billion on the way to finally get rural broadband. Thank you. But before I give my closing statements, I'd like to recognize our ranking member for any comments he'd like to make.
Well, thank you very much, Chairman. Thank you to you for this hearing. I look forward to lots more hearings. We will, on our side of the aisle, we will clear our schedule for hearings. We really, as you heard a little bit of frustration seep through because of the supply chain issues, the agriculture issues, the oversight on the farm bill, and so I appreciate today. But we really got to put our shoulder to the plow. We'll describe it that way, and get to work on really ag-centric issues. This is related. I appreciate the nature of this, looking at the impact on rural America, the impact on agriculture. I want to thank our witnesses. I thought we got a great witnesses, very balanced and great experience that they brought to the task. And thanks to our members, because participation was excellent, and that's always important, right? We need our farm team to show up, and they did today. This really was, in the end, a climate-driven discussion, because it's a climate-driven issue, and we all know that our goal should be that everything that we do, we work to decrease CO2 emissions. There's no industry that does that better anywhere in the world, certainly anywhere in this nation, than agriculture. The U.S. farmer is a climate champion. Climate hero, our U.S. farmers and ranchers and foresters. And but we know that we can't have a healthier climate or a healthier environment without a healthier economy. It's counterintuitive. Doesn't work. You compromise one for the other, it's going to fail. And I think this unilateral electric vehicle push, not to impose electric vehicles, but doing that at the cost of everything else, it compromises that principle. Today we heard a balanced discussion on the topic of electric vehicles. Lots of questions have been raised, and I think these questions and the information that was shared should instruct the federal government proceeding with any additional investments with electric vehicles. I think the American people deserve to have answers to the questions that were raised here by some of our witnesses and certainly some of our members. Now, I'm pleased with the information that was shed on the role of agriculture and specifically renewable fuels in making America the world leader in reducing greenhouse gases. I thought that was nicely showcased and highlighted today, and that's a story we need to keep telling and brag about. Top-down Washington dictates to consumers is a flawed strategy. Science and technology innovation is critical to addressing the challenges. I think all the challenges our nation is facing. Today we're in the context of transportation, but we also know that science, technology, and innovation is critical for agriculture. It's because of science, technology, and innovation that America is leading the world in the reduction of greenhouse gases. So I do think in the end on this issue of electric vehicles, government can do what government will do, but consumers will be the deciding factor. They're going to make the decisions in the end. So thanks again for the hearing, and I yield back.
Thank you so much, and I want to thank you, Ranking Member, for our bipartisanship work that we have done together. We have moved to make sure that we've got rural broadband now moving to finally get into rural America, and now we're dedicating ourselves to this. But first of all, in my closing comments, I want to just thank each of you. You have brought great wisdom to us. And you can see from the interchange and the discussions and the caliber of questions that our committee members ask that we are determined to provide the necessary leadership in making sure that our rural communities, our agriculture industry, have a seat at the table when it comes to this. Billions and billions of dollars are being allocated for this effort. And you all, with your excellent testimonies, have helped us to make sure that we will not and we cannot leave rural America behind here. We are committed to that. So to you, Mr. David Strickland with the General Motors Company, thank you. To you, Mr. Lincoln Wood, Electrification Policy Manager for Southern Company, Georgia Power Company, thank you. And for you, Mr. Matthew Loffridge, President and Managing Partner of the Terry Reed Automotive Group in Cartersville, Georgia, on behalf of all of our national automobile dealers. And to you, Mr. Trevor Walter, Vice President of Petroleum Supply Management, the Sheets Company, on behalf of our National Associations of Convenience Stores. As you so eloquently mentioned, our convenience stores play a critical role in making sure we have the charging stations adequately and effectively placed in rural America as well as urban America. And to you, Mr. Jeff Cooper, thank you. You offer some tremendous points that needed to be discussed, and we are going to take those into consideration. Thank you so much. And to you, Mr. Josh Nasher, Legislative Director of our very great international union, the UAW. I say that with heartfelt feelings because I've worked closely with the UAW for 20 years in the Georgia legislature as well as here in Congress. And to you, Mr. Mark Mills, Senior Fellow of the Manhattan Institute. Thank you, and thank each of you for this extraordinary and very helpful hearing. Thank you. And now, I think I have a bit of housekeeping to take. Under the rules of the committee, the record of today's hearing will remain open for 10 calendar days. To receive additional information, supplementary written responses from our witnesses to any questions posed by a member. And of course, I want to thank our staff. Didn't they do a wonderful job in bringing together this excellent hearing? Thank you, staff, and thank you, Ann, who is the director of our staff. Thank you. She works awfully hard. And now, this hearing of this Committee of Agriculture is adjourned.